Chef mentioned, your business retention and recruitment efforts are kind of the focus and the bread and butter of economic development. And so we want to help you have a more concrete game plan of types of industries and jobs that you want to recruit into East Point. And so we'll be looking at the ones that you have been going off of for the past 10 years or so, and thinking, do those still make sense in the current economic ecosystem of East Point and surrounding area, as well as if those industries still align with what you all as a city want over the next 10 years. And to do that, we'll be looking at the various industry clusters in the region, looking to see how many of them are concentrating in East Point and how the employment within those industries within East Point has been growing over the past 10 years. So combining those two things, we'll be able to determine which are the best ones that y'all should be focusing on. And with all those pieces together, we will end up with an implementable action plan. So of course, y'all have one you've been working off of. So we'll be looking at what has been done since that one has been completed, which ones have you been able to achieve, which ones you haven't have. And for the ones that haven't, do those still make sense in East Point given the collective visions that y'all have been wanting to develop? Looking forward into the future. And for the ones that have been met, what are potential next steps that we can build off of to help kind of propel those visions and that momentum forward? And of course, we'll be looking at what are some new goals and objectives that we can add in to help ensure that what you all want to accomplish over the next 10 years does so, and what are potential partners that can help you achieve them. And so the main part of it will be the public input which you're about to be kicking off starting tomorrow, which I'll go over in the next slide, right? But economic development is a team sport. Not one entity or one group can do it alone. And what's really important is that when you think of an economic development strategic plan, is that it is a community plan with a community vision. So we want to have as many perspectives as we can with that. So we'll be having in-person meetings, virtual meetings, having one-on-one stakeholder conversations, meeting with you all one-on-one to help gather what the different priorities are. And with those, we'll be able to strengthen that collaboration by developing a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats assessment. And so with the in-person public engagement opportunities that we have planned, we're going to kick it off with a community meeting on September 10th. And those 2 hours won't be us lecturing to you about your own community. It will be us asking you questions about what you want to see, what you don't see. And again, that's why we want to do a data deep dive first, so that we know what to ask you all to help ground truth that we are seeing with the numbers, because numbers don't say it all. And so in line with that, we'll also have 2 different business lunch and learns. This will just be for businesses, but we will invite them. One will be for just small businesses, for 10 employees or less. One will be for larger businesses. So we can help understand, what difficulties are your businesses facing? What visions do they want to see for the city over the next 10 years? And how do they feel the city can best help them achieve that? And at the very, toward the end, it will probably late November, early December, we will have a public open house. And this will be in a very traditional open house format where we will have printouts of our data deep dive, the information we gathered from our SWOT, what the target industries are, our goals and our broad objectives, so that everyone can come together and develop consensus on what we agree that the EDSP should be before we go and actually draft it. And of course, we know that not everyone can attend in-person meetings or able to make the dates that we have outlined. So starting tomorrow, our community and our business survey will be live, so that we hope that you would help us disseminate those QR codes out there, and we'll have a flyer that your comms team will help disseminate. And those will be live until the public open house, so we can help gather feedback and make sure that we can reach as many voices as possible. So we're on our schedule, as Jeff said, it'll be about 6 to 9 months. So we started internally in June, as you can see where the little star is in early August. We are currently right now, of course, going through your existing plans, seeing what visions you'll have already come up with as a community, starting our data deep dive, so that once we come back and have our in-person meetings, we have that context behind us in that background. And then from there, we'll start strategizing. And then in the wintertime, we'll have the public open house. We will start drafting the plan, and then hopefully in February, y'all will vote on a final plan. But the very first thing that we'll probably be doing as well is reaching out to you all to sit down and have some one-on-ones so that you can tell us your individual visions and your individual wants. But that is all we have for right now, but we're happy to answer any questions that you have about the process.
All righty. Thank you so much for your presentation. Councilmember Martin Rogers. Councilmember Butler.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the previous 10 years. We look forward to what you're doing in the next 10 years. How do you collect the data, in particular for the businesses? And how do you propose, or how do you collect the data? And I have a follow-up question from that.
Okay. Well, first, so one of the main reasons we'll have the business survey, right? So they'll be able to answer questions that way, and we'll track and have the results posted with that. But then something that we also we're doing is during the lunch and learns, there are a lot of, this is a back and forth informal conversation that we will be having. So during that time, we will have multiple people taking notes, drawing down the things that we heard. And what we have been doing is at the end of each of the sessions, we will mark down anyone who has attended, and we will summarize what we have heard and send it back out to everyone who participates so they can make sure that we did gather all the input that they were trying to give us.
Let me be more specific,
Yeah.
because that's not the data I'm asking for. You have
Yeah, I was just going to say that I would characterize the data in two ways. There's the qualitative data, which is what Gabby just described, sort of that boots on the ground. There's also the quantitative data. We rely on many sources for the quantitative data. For the economic side, the business side of things, usually it comes from a few different sources that all are linked back to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And so it's the Bureau of Labor Statistics that really helps us sort of set the baseline, as Gabby mentioned. There are many other data sources. The census, while they're focused on population and household, they also have a robust data set of economic data and indicators. Of course, the Atlanta Regional Commission helps out there as well. Some of their data sets fit into this process, some of them don't. But I would say those are really kind of the three main sources of quantitative data. Starts with BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics, the census, and then locally, Atlanta Regional Commission.
And I'll say we also will use Esri as well. We'll use Esri.
Esri is another data
for
provider.
spatial analysis and for business.
Thank you. That's the answer I was looking for. And so as we begin to forecast 10 years out, and you start to look at the data in terms of trends, especially employment, how have you in the past communicated those trends so that cities can help make educated decisions in their choices, especially in terms of attracting the right type of businesses in their communities?
Yep. And it's not easy, but that's our job, is to make it easy and make it as simple as possible. There's a few things going on. One is we look at what's happening here locally. What types of jobs do you have? And then, the words that we heard a lot during the pandemic, supply chain, that's a real thing, this idea of the supply chain. And so we look closely, not just at what jobs are here, but what the supply chain jobs are that support the jobs that are here in East Point. And so those types of jobs, so building on what you already have and then building on the jobs that support the jobs that are here, those often make up the key target industries going forward. But we have to look at that in the context, as you said, of the future forecast. And so for that, we're looking at how that set of jobs, is it declining? Is it increasing, going backwards? And looking at ARC, who helps us look at the region overall, the regional trends. And that's the other piece of this, is it's, East Point doesn't exist in a bubble. No city is an island, as we can say. And so we've got to also incorporate, where is the region going, right? What's happening in Atlanta? What is the Metro Chamber doing to attract jobs that may be beneficial for East Point? What are other initiatives happening throughout the region? What's happening at the airport, for example? What kind of jobs are they creating that may impact East Point? So it's a deep dive on the local data, and then a dive on the supply chain of the local businesses, and then a regional look at where the trends are and what jobs regionally that the region's going to attract, which ones may be locating potentially in East Point. All of that together starts to give us this idea of this target industry analysis. And so at some point in the process, there'll probably be a list of, call it 5 or 6 potential target industries that all, based on what I just described, there will be some industries that pop up. And from there, we'll kind of be working and pulling in the qualitative data to say, okay, of these industries, which are the ones that the community seems to desire? Which ones have we heard from these meetings that are going to work within East Point? obviously we'll be talking to Mr. Rogers, and he'll give his input about what he sees on an everyday basis. Which of those industries does he find compelling, and when he goes out and trying to attract businesses? And so between the data, the hard data, the quantitative data, and the, call it soft data, the qualitative data, which may be the most important, is that, what fits with the community. That is really how we get to those target industries. And that's what we'll be communicating.
I'll end with this because for me, it's very important because and to use a colloquialism, I'm kind of geeking out on what we're doing, because one of the things I think is important is because we're in a transportation hub, and to look for companies outside of this country to relocate in our area. We have a lot of industrial area, and try to change some of those uses that are less industrial impactful, and whether we can employ more people as opposed to just being a distribution hub. So that's why I'm looking forward to what you bring us in terms of data, maybe light manufacturing and, things like that. That's not intrusive, but, recently we were attracted a data center here. And one of the complaints for that community was we had tractor trailer traffic going in a community neighborhood. By putting a data center, it's still an industrial use, but now people drive Teslas to work as opposed to an 18-wheeler. Right. So personally, I'm looking forward to the outcome of what you're doing. Yep. And so I'm excited about it.
Well, great. And we appreciate that. We like folks that like the data geeks. We consider ourselves data geeks also. So we appreciate you saying that. And we very much look forward to speaking with you one-on-one so we can get even further guidance and your thoughts. But we hear you. And in fact, last week, Mr. Rogers took us on a tour. So we had an all-day tour of East Point. So we saw the older industrial areas, we saw the newer industrial areas, and everything in between. So we're starting to get a flavor of what you're describing, how some of those sites fit into neighborhoods that may or may not work together as well, that we need to think about how does that transition over time. So I understand what you're saying, and that, this is an evolving economy, and, internationally and regionally, but even here in East Point, that this evolution, 21st century technology is really coming to play here. And that technology and that attracts jobs may not be, it's not just may, it's definitely different than it was, call it 20 years ago. And so how do we address that? And we don't want to be looking backwards, we want to be looking forwards, and that's what we'll be working with you on.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you. And my question is geared towards our Economic Development Director. I want to know, how is this different from the 10-year plan, that was done 10 years ago? How is this going to be different?
Yes, ma'am. So this will be an update, Councilwoman, to that plan. We know that things are different now since it is post-COVID. Companies are operating differently as we do. We have a hybrid system here. People are working different from homes. We have a lot more virtual type applications going on. So this plan is going to help us understand what our current conditions are with respect to best practices, trends that we're seeing in the industry, and how we are now going to navigate in this new kind of now new normal, because things are different. And so we want to make sure that we are up on the times and the trends, and that we are pursuing best practices in this community as well.
All right. And my follow-up question is, what are going to be the metrics? Okay, we invest in this plan, we get this plan, we look at the data, we look at the people that reside in East Point, we look at the gaps that need to be filled as far as economic development is concerned. But what I would like to see is like economic development. In that previous plan, it talked about more recreation. It also talked about the development, I believe it was the Lyle corridor that was supposed to be turned into almost like an Atlantic station. That was 10 years ago. I mean, I want to invest and I want to believe, but we need metrics. We need a check off. Okay, we said that more grocery stores were going to come. Check, we did that. We said that more and going back, circling back to the industrial parks. Industrial parks have been turned into Chattahoochee food halls and also Trilla down the highway. So industrial parks have not just been turned into industrial parks. They have really put a spin on it. So that's what I wanted to say about those industrial areas, especially having the ward with the most industrial areas in there. But what I would like to know the metrics, like we're going to go through with this plan, but what is going to be our checkoff sheet to say, okay, we've accomplished the goal of more recreation facilities. We've accomplished the goal of an industrial park that is a food hall. We've accomplished these goals. That's what my concern is. We can get all these studies done. We can listen to the residents and what they want. But if we don't have a surefire way, a checkoff and deliverable timeline, then this is just another 10-year plan. So we need metrics.
Yes, ma'am. You will get them.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. And I've heard, industrial things come up and stuff like that. So, I've spent a number of years, almost a decade now, trying to change the way that East Point looks at industrial areas. Because in Ward B, we have a lot of manufacturing plants that are horrible to live next to. And actually, fun fact, or not so fun, people who live south of I-20 have a lifespan 10 years less than someone who lives north of I-20. So, when we talk about economic development and what's going to come here and things like that, I think we really need to be careful when we talk about industrial areas on what is acceptable to come. Because the number of light manufacturing facilities that would be acceptable are very slim, right? So, the food halls, things like that, that sounds exciting. I know that we did spend a number of hours and a lot of money on the Willingham Corridor study to try and reimagine that area. We just have a lot of potential here in East Point. And I just think that right now we're on the precipice of really making a lot of change, and it's an exciting time. So thank you.
Thank you. And I know we do a lot of studies and a lot of comprehensive plan, but when are we actually going to put it into action? Start engaging the business owners to come into these places, to build these things, to move in these spots. What is the actual plan after we do this? Because we did a 10-year plan, and yes, we had COVID that kind of slowed things down. So where are we with actually acting on what comes out of these plans?
Yes, ma'am. So one of the things that we are looking forward to doing, of course, we're still working the existing plan, the current plan. And this will provide, the current plan provides a nice roadmap to the updated plan. So we're going to at one point be working both plans simultaneously. The current plan, because really there are things still that we can do there, and we are doing it. And then, of course, the updated plan, which will introduce some new trends to us, as well as some new industry markets that we should be focused on outside of what the current plan actually lists. So we will begin working immediately, and it will appear seamless because we're still working the current plan, and this will just be a blending of those efforts moving forward.
So when the information comes back, then the city is going to be working to work with the new trend that's here. And I guess my question is, again, how are we going to attract or do what the new trend is and what the plans say?
So we're going to continue to aggressively market our resources, the quality of life here, cost of doing business, all of those things that we've been doing thus far. We will continue to do that, but we will, of course, always look at how we more strategically plan those things and how we go after it. And that way we will create quality jobs that will have high paying wages. Those jobs will be looking at and focused on our citizenry here. Having a job, as we know, empowers folk. And so we want to make sure that we're bringing in the kind of industries that are going to pay, great wages for the people that live here in the city of East Point. So we're looking very aggressively at getting started. We're very excited about where we are. And we had as Jeff alluded, we had a great tour, lots of questions, a lot of things that we were able to see of those things that we've done up to this point based on the existing plan. And so we're excited about new things to come, and we're looking forward to presenting those to you moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
So when I heard you say jobs that support jobs that are here and use supply chain, first, let me thank you for your presentation, and I'm looking forward to the work. But when I hear supply chain, and I immediately start thinking about distribution of goods, while that could be also supply chain for services, I'm going to challenge you as you drove around and looked at all this industrial space to not think about what's easy, which is light manufacturing, continue to have industrial use, but adaptive reuse like Krog Street and Atlantic State. Like, I can't think of the other ones, but like in the city, metropolitan city right next door, they are converting and doing adaptive reuse of industrial spaces to non-industrial uses. And so we had a zoning industrial moratorium in place for almost a year in 2020 and came out with some new zoning districts that would make those warehouse districts more compatible with residential areas, require definitely more distance, at least a mile for new industrial uses, which would take all of those kind of out of play because they're right near residential, unfortunately. But I encourage you to really dig deep. Oh yeah, West End, White Street. But I encourage you to dig deeper and have high expectations as you approach this and study for our city. Oftentimes when we do studies, we get back the typical things that people always say, right? They look at demographics and they don't see opportunity. And so, I would encourage you to, again, we have enough warehouses for distribution. We have a lot of opportunities for places, as you mentioned, in the industrial area. When I share those places and show those places to people, I'm not talking industrial. We're talking mixed use, filming, like she mentioned Trilith, like there's a lot of innovative, forward-thinking, quality of life enhancing opportunities. So I just wanted to say that as you embark upon this work, please raise your expectations. I don't want to say raise it. Please have high expectations, because that would be making an assumption of where your expectations are. But please have high expectations, dig deep, and envision, something that could be in a number of major places where people typically go that we could attract people here to in our city.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Mayor. And thank you all for that input and that your desires to see this transformation, particularly in your industrial areas, isn't surprising to us. We're have been tracking the moratorium and have heard already the desire to really see this transformation, and particularly in the industrial areas. So we hear you loud and clear, and I appreciate the idea of setting the expectations high. I would say the same to you. Keep your expectations high of us and call us out if you don't think we're meeting your expectations. And as I said, I'm here to talk through that, but we plan to have high expectations. We do have high expectations, and we'll hold each other accountable for that. I will say specifically to the thinking of adaptive reuse into more mixed use areas. That's why one of the key elements of this is the real estate market analysis. It's not just so much about BLS and jobs data. It's really about what does the market want, right? So it's one thing to want some of those things, but as a community, but is the market going to show up? And if the market doesn't show up, what economic development tools might you be able to use to incite the market, right? Because we do a lot of this around the state, and we help cities with their economic development toolbox. And that's going to be something key to remember here, is that the supply and demand of real estate has a lot to say about what happens in your older industrial areas. What wants to happen there today? Where are people going to be able to be successful with new real estate development in older buildings? It can happen, but it has to follow sort of the market trends. And if the trends aren't there, you have economic development tools to help bring them along. One very specific thing I'll say about that, again, just kind of holding each other accountable. It probably is going to take some higher density residential in some of these areas to make that successful, right? So you mentioned quality of life elements. It also takes residential elements to drive successful retail areas and to drive successful office areas. So it all works together, right? The cities that are saying no to more and higher density housing are the ones that are missing out on some of the opportunities that you're hoping to see. So I'm putting that out there as a challenge to you all to think about that, right? That if we look at your current demographics and we want to project forward and say, okay, what can happen in the future in East Point? We've got to see that there's going to be growth, and what does that growth look like? And that's going to mean new housing. That's going to mean new housing, and it might mean higher density housing in East Point in order to achieve some of the economic development goals you want. It's not to say you have to have higher density housing, but I'm saying that's the type of thing that can drive a new day in economic development throughout the city. So that's something that we'll be working with you on. It's not just about the economic numbers. It's also about the residential numbers, the demographic numbers. How does that fit with the real estate market analysis? And how does that help you re-envision some of these areas that you're hoping to see re-envisioned?
Yeah, I appreciate that. And we have higher density housing zone for our downtown area. I think there are areas within the city that are more single family residential. And so definitely as we move forward, those conversations and feedback from the community and our residents who live in these areas is going to be important. We also are the recipient of a regional partnership through Atlanta Regional Commission, Hapeville College Park, and some other cities in the area of the Reconnecting Communities grant that will connect our downtown to the Beltline in Atlanta over to the Aerotropolis and the headwaters of Flint River. And there are industrial nodes within that footprint. And so when you talk about the things that are happening that can attract different types of uses and that are more aligned with or enhance the quality of life of our residents, that $35 million to our path, that's 100% non-match grant. Those types of things, as you're going through this process, I'm sure you all will be considering as well. So thank you so much. Oh, I had a question about the September 10th community meeting. You mentioned it was a meeting with us. When you said us, did you mean the community at large?
Community at large.
Okay, because it was that one, and then there's a last one that was an open house meeting or something like that. So I just wanted to make sure those both are open to the full community.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And Mayor, just wanted to say those meetings will be here.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Mayor, I'm in for a question.
Oh,
It's flashing. I don't know what.
it went
Thank you very much.
IT. I need.
One of the things that you mentioned is how do we use economic tools to incentivize the right type of industry to come here? Do you have examples of some of those tools? And one of the things I was thinking of, when we start to change the look, when I think about light manufacturing, I think about the young lady at Spelman who has a clothing line, and now she needs to be able to find some place to print her T-shirts or make her jogging suits so that we can help. How do we help people like that come into some of those areas as we begin to repurpose those for light industrial uses that are more suitable to what the community wants?
I would say there's two kind of big buckets of economic development tools that I could speak to, and I'm sure there's others, but if you think about it, there's tools that help to get new real estate on the ground or adapt or old real estate readapted, right? So it really kind of comes down to property taxes incentives And there's the suite of tools that may be available to that, but it's if you want to see incentivize new real estate, usually you're talking about property taxes of some type, or there's the business, right? The businesses that go inside the real estate, and there's tools that can help with that. And that seems like kind of what you're talking about. How can we help a business kind of scale up to do, bigger things with an already existing business? That would be things like maybe a revolving loan fund, for example, right? And you can use sort of, it could be a federal grant, it could be a state level incentive that you can bring locally and use that to recirculate for the businesses. And so that you've got this idea of a revolving loan fund. It's just one idea that, a business may need. They're like, okay, we're doing okay, but if I had $20,000 of capital, I could really scale up and, in a year, increase my revenues by tenfold or something like that. We see things like revolving loan funds. We see things, workforce training, executive training, those types of things. There's lots of kind of tools, but often it comes down to capital. And so it's a matter of how do you get capital into hands of the business owner to help them move the needle on their business. And again, that's the type of thing when we're talking about economic development toolbox.
A follow-up to that. So Atlanta has Invest Atlanta for that very purpose. Would you be able to explore that in your study about if we did something similar to that? Maybe call it Invest East Point, or maybe partner with the bank to do microloans and things like that?
Yeah.
It may not be covered. I'm just asking.
Yeah. Absolutely. And partnering with the banks is a great idea. That happens a lot. Obviously local banks want to see the local businesses grow because that helps. That's a win-win for everybody. You mentioned Invest Atlanta. Their official name is the Atlanta Development Authority. They used to be known as ADA until a few years ago. So they've just sort of rebranded themselves, but it's a tool that you all have here. You have development authorities here. You have two, if I'm not mistaken. So some cities and counties even have decided to select Fulton, for example, is part of that idea. But then there is an arm that is also the development authority. So anyway, your point is well taken that there are those types of tools that can focus on, or there's those types of organizations that can focus on the tools. Usually, again, in a municipality, generally your size, it would flow through the economic development staff that staffs the development authorities. But something like a rebranding of a development authority, I mean, we could put that on the table as something to look at over the next 6 months.
All right. Let me look at lights. IT hasn't come up to support. Is anybody from IT here tonight? Might be on. Okay. All right. It's back working. Thank you. Thank you. We look forward to the journey.
Thank you.
Glad you mentioned the development authorities that we already have. So we have a number of tools that we just need to really activate. And we have a lot of amazing residents who volunteered to be on those different boards, who are willing and wanting to help us move the city forward through those roles. So thank you for looking at all of those. We have the Building Authority, Downtown Development Authority, Business Industrial Development Authority, right? So a number of different tools that hopefully will be able to bring all together and have a plan that we actually implement. So thank you so much. Next up, Mr. Brown, Financial Transparency Software, ClearGov.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. As you know, I guess back in December of last year, the council looked at a company called OpenGov to handle financial transparency. As you know, this ERP, or Enterprise Resource Planning System, or software, it's used to provide residents and business people that are outside the city to really understand what the city's finances are. And since that time in December, we've had some turnover in the department. And since coming on board with
the city, myself, the city manager's office, IT, we looked at some other similar programs. One in particular is a company called ClearGov. Now, ClearGov is identical to OpenGov, and it's about $50,000 cheaper. And so what I wanted to talk with the council about, it provides the same thing. It provides the budget and finance transparency. It provides the audit trail, the checkbook, register, all those things that are important so that when residents want to know real time what's going on with the city's finances, they can go online. They can see the transactions, does the same thing that OpenGov does. And thanks to our IT and Taffany, Guthrie, and Janice and some of the other guys looking at this product, I think it's a better product and is a win-win because it's much cheaper, affordable, and does the same thing that OpenGov will do for us. And so what I'm asking the council tonight is just to consider us make this change and move forward with the ClearGov solution.
How much is the solution? Because I'm just wondering about solicitation. I think the OpenGov was a piggyback or a partner with what Fulton County already, somebody
Yeah, it
had
was
in place.
Yes, ma'am. It was
So ClearGov is a part of something like that too.
I believe so. And we could get Dermot could come up and speak specifically about it. But we looked at it side by side. The difference in price is about $54,000 approximately. Go ahead, Dermot.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's an actual cooperative agreement. It's with our buy board. Currently, we're going to use it off of our TIPS cooperative agreement. TIPS, it's one of the cooperative agreements that we're with. We have buy board, TIPS, of course, Sourcewell, Omni.
That with the state or county or?
No. It's not with the states. It's a cooperative agreement that we have. The city is aligned with, and we're able to use that as a procurement process.
So this is cooperative purchasing.
Correct.
And it is tantamount to what is called a piggyback.
Figure out who we're piggybacking on. So we have a cooperative agreement. Generally, the piggybacks are like state or county contracts. I'm trying to understand who we're piggybacking with.
So your cooperative agreements like Sourcewell is one of the most known ones. They do a full procurement solicitation, and they pick these different companies. These companies pay to align themselves with that group: Sourcewell, Omnia, TIPS, Buy Board. These are your different cooperative agreement companies that we are aligned with.
Are they private or public companies?
They're public.
They're government owned?
No, these are not government owned. No, Sourcewell and Omnia are not government. That's what I'm saying. They're not associated with the state. State contract is a state contract. Our piggybacks normally deal with our county and city governments. Our cooperative agreements are through the ones that East Point is aligned with: TIPS, Buy Board, Sourcewell, and Omnia.
Attorney Wiggins, are you familiar with this?
I think I'm familiar with the concept, if I understand it correctly. If you don't mind, can I ask a question, Madam Mayor? So Sourcewell may be like the parent, and they've got contractors or vendors that are underneath them. So if we have a contract with Sourcewell, but say we need, I don't know, a certain kind of widgets, but Sourcewell has a company underneath them that provides those widgets, we can access that company through our relationship with Sourcewell?
Correct. So similar to state contracts, they actually do a full solicitation process, right? They actually have a competitive bidding process. The same thing with the cooperative agreements. They have a full competitive bidding process that these companies go through. And that's what so you have in your procurement line, you have your state contracts that you can utilize, you have your piggybacking that you can utilize, you have your regular solicitation, and last but not least, you have your cooperative agreements that you can use.
And Madam Mayor, may I ask another question? The Sourcewell or TIPS or the other examples that you provided, are there services? Do they provide services or goods that we would competitively bid?
They provide services that are hard to get competitive bids for, and they go through that process themselves.
But did we competitively bid our relationship with Sourcewell? I'm using that just one as an example, or any of them.
Correct. It's kind of an open market in the sense of Sourcewell. I mean, there's a slew of them, but City of East Point is only with
Right.
these couple.
I'm just using that one as an example. So when we got into contract with Sourcewell, we got them through a competitive bidding
No,
process.
no. Once again, the cooperative agreement process is one of the 4 procurement processes that you can utilize. And Sourcewell is one of those major companies that provide a slew of different things. Like I said, it's very similar to the state contract,
I
but no.
get that part. I guess I'm just trying to figure out how we got into relationship with Sourcewell. How did we
They-
enter that relationship?
They pretty much tagged every city, county across the US.
And this board has approved our contract with Sourcewell.
No. Sourcewell is an open procurement process, period. Sort of like, it's like saying, hey, are we utilizing a state contract? That's going through the state to utilize one of their contracts. It's one of the procurement processes that we utilize.
I think I get it, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Cummings, anything about that? Councilmember Cummings?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think from what the city attorney, she kind of made it, it's clear as mud, but I just want to make sure. So now where does ClearGov, where do they find? I understand tips, source, those 4 people that you named. So where does ClearGov fall?
Actually, they're on 2 of the ones that we're associated with, which is Buy Board and TIPS. So we get to select whichever one we want to. So ClearGov went through a whole competitive process through Buy Board and through TIPS. And that's where we get to choose from one of those.
So, okay, so those 4 that you named, tips, Buy Board, and those,
Uh-huh.
and then ClearGov goes up under, it would be one of the contractors that falls up under.
Correct, one of those,
Yeah,
right.
okay.
Mhm.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I think this gives me about as much heartburn as piggybacks gives Councilmember Butler, because at least when we're piggybacking, we know that the state or the county or the city has done some solicitation. I don't necessarily see, and I just did a quick look, like how does staff just decide that we're gonna go with a company and bypass procurement? This isn't something that's hard to bid out or that the services is hard to get. We have OpenGov, there's ClearGov, there's probably some others. It's good to know that the cost might be less, but like, I'm really confused at how we're just selecting a vendor. What's the total cost of this? I'm sure it's over.
The total cost of this is $53,475.
Right, so that would be in,
No, Madam Mayor, if you don't mind, the cooperative agreements that we have, and we're using cooperative agreements here at the city for years. Sourcewell is the one that you all are very familiar with. But that's the cooperative agreements, they actually do all the competitive process themselves. Once again, that is the procurement process in the sense of utilizing a cooperative agreement. So we're not bypassing.
no,
the
I
system.
understand that point,
Okay.
but to the point of, we didn't do a solicitation to decide which one of those cooperative agreement companies we were gonna go with. Like, how did we select?
Yeah, you really, you don't do it's kind of like when you're doing a state contract. You don't do a solicitation process to choose which state contractor. Right. So
The state is a government agency, so I get state, I get county, I get other cities, I get all of that.
So
This
it's
is
whatever.
a private vendor.
Yeah, it's whichever cooperative agreement they're on. If we're associated with those cooperative agreements, we get to use them. There are some that we're not associated with. There's a slew of cooperative agreements that we're not associated with. So we're associated with TIPS, Buy Board, Omnia Partners, and Sourcewell. So if they're a part of one of those, we're able to utilize them.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. I think I understand. So you have, let me see if I can put this out. You have, let's say TIPS.
Okay.
Is what you use. So that's one of the vendors that you go through to pull another vendor, or that's one of the companies, one of the sources that you go through to pull because they're on this list.
Correct. So, mhm,
Okay, so that's okay. So it's kind of like GSA
correct,
in the government world.
correct,
Before you go outside and buy something from another vendor, you go through GSA and you look at their list and see what they have. And then you get it that way if you don't want to go outside
Correct.
of that scope. Okay, got that part. So, what other cities or government entity are using this ClearGov?
I can get Taffany up there. It should be in the presentation.
That was gonna be my next question. I see a cover
Yeah.
slide, so I assume there might.
Yeah,
be
they're all government agencies that utilize this product.
If you would like, I can click on the 2.5-minute video that gives an overview of the ClearGov. Yes, okay. Okay, it's not working. Because if it was saved in PDF, it's probably not gonna, like, the link not gonna work. Oh. We can go back to it. One more. Yeah, it was like a 2.5, that one. Even if it was saved in PDF.
All right, so the link might not, it's not a hyperlink because it's in a PDF. So sometimes
it's a
you can
PDF.
go to it. But again, this presentation, just for illustrative purposes, this is the same or equal presentation that you've already received before. And they only deal with city, municipal governments and county governments. So,
So I believe at least 4 council members probably weren't council members when we talked about OpenGov. So can we get a presentation on what this is? If the video is not working, can you talk us through what it does?
Yep, we can go through the slide. Let me start back at the first one. Okay. And as interim city manager Howard Brown stated, the software is very similar to OpenGov. They pretty much do the same thing. ClearGov is just not as big as OpenGov is, which is why they're still able to offer a lower price. But they have worked with several cities, and it's in the package. I don't have it with me. I wasn't prepared with that part. But again, they do the
Ms.
open budget.
I'm gonna need you to talk in the mic.
know.
Ms. Hardy,
sorry.
can you flip, get you some help so I
Double-
can have
double
you at the
duty.
mic? Yes, so you won't have to do double duty.
They have the same modules as OpenGov, such as open budget. You can go to the next one until we get to open budget. Easy to implement, easy to use. I've spoken with the account manager that will be assisting us, and they have an easier implementation and process than some of their competitors. So that is something else that would draw me to ClearGov. They have the budget cycle management suite, which shows again the transparency. They have it where you can show the operational budget as well as the capital budget, and we would get
all three of those modules. This is just a breakdown of how the capital budgeting module will operate. It will be a dashboard overview, how they have it set up there with the total capital budget. And this can also be broken down into each department. So it will be the overview capital budget, and then it can be broken down per department. Department managers are able to go in and update their projects so that now we're operating in a huge spreadsheet. This will eliminate the spreadsheet for a lot of the capital budgeting that we do, which in turn will eliminate errors made on staff. The same thing with the operational budget. Finance department will go in and work with ClearGov, setting up the actual budget. And once it's been downloaded into ClearGov, and that may not be the right IT term, but once it's been connected to ClearGov, then the budget will show as an overall dashboard, and you can also break it down into each department. Same thing with the transparency. They have the open checkbook. That was something big that OpenGov has. ClearGov has the same thing. They also have the departmental dashboards where, again, each department can give their mission, vision statements, and how their budget relates to what their goals, vision statements are for their upcoming budget year. And I think, let's see, and this is just some of the information they gave on some of the awards they've won over time. And this part is important. IT has been working with us when we've been talking to ClearGov, and our existing ERP system will connect with ClearGov, which is BSNA. And this is the onboarding process, how long it would take for staff and ClearGov to work together to get it implemented. They have on here 46 weeks, but with this kind of going into the holidays, they said it may take a little longer. And then it depends on how quickly we can do our part in getting the data to them and the systems connecting. Is that it? That's it. And then I think also in your package, you may have the proposal that they sent over to us with breaks down each of the modules and how much each of the modules costs. The overall total, I think, is 53,000 versus OpenGov is 108.
At 53,000 per year? I'm sure it's not a one-time cost.
Well, part of that is a one-time fee, and then, yes, there's a initial setup fee, and then there's a subscription fee every year after that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. Couple of questions. Number one, so the way that this ClearGov works, I guess it's kind of like so that everybody can, public and everyone can just see how the budget is. So who's responsible for, let's just say, Public Works, Parks and Rec? Are they responsible for uploading their information?
Yes.
Now,
Myself and someone from IT will be involved as well, but it will be the departmental director responsibility to get their budget, to make sure their budget is correct and help get it uploaded.
So the program, in essence, only be as good as the user, the people that are inputting the
Correct.
information. Now, how often? Because you say it's going to be live and it's real time.
Well, the champion or the person that I see really working in this will be the finance department. They're critical because this is tied into the general ledger. So when they're updating the BSNA, it migrates on into ClearGov. So that's real time. And so it's as good as they're getting. If they're doing their journal entries and improving them and getting them in, then it all migrates into ClearGov without having a separate action.
So just things that happen that go on throughout the city, it's going to be a monthly update. So each month you'll be able to go in to kind of see what's going on.
It'll be more than monthly.
Okay, so
It'll be real time.
So we'll actually earmark a person to, do we have the staff to even, I mean, because it seems like it's a hefty task and I don't know, so we'd actually have to assign someone.
Yes, we'll have
Okay.
a project manager that's Stephanie.
Mhm.
Okay, and that person will make sure that things run right. But the finance department, they'll be front and center on most of this because it requires them to update the general ledger and those things, which automatically gets imported into ClearGov. So when someone goes on the website, they say they want to look at the checkbook, okay? And they can do it by department. They can even build a report
Okay.
out of here on the outside. So there are a number of things that you can do as a resident without having to involve staff.
And that was my next question. Was it going to be where you can actually go in and just sort of, let's just say, I want to look at charges from Public Works, the projects and everything. So you can actually go through and navigate the system?
Yes,
Okay.
that's the open checkbook module.
Okay. Thank you. I yield.
So what I don't see in this, and I think that was the issue with OpenGov, that's what we were last told, is that it does not allow for credit cards or purchase cards, whatever we'll use, to those transactions to be shared. So have you all looked at any software that does? Because that was the one reason that was shared with us as to why OpenGov probably wasn't the best resource for us because of the high interest in credit card uses.
Yeah.
And so this, I've looked through the proposal. I don't see anything that says, unless they're calling it something else, I don't see that function in this either. So is there a software that provides that function?
Well, I think we did discuss this with ClearGov, and what we found out was that it will show like payments on the credit card.
Right.
So if like whoever's bill was $35,000 for that month, it'll show what that was. The details of that, of the actual credit card, would not be part of it. But then, and I might want to defer to Jason, maybe he remembers, what we were told that if it was tied, it's tied into the general ledger and that we're able to see details. But I think the details is only at the level of what the expense was, not the itemization of the credit card bill, but how much was spent on the credit card bill.
And I know this predates you, Mr. Brown, but the whole conversation around this, previously when I bought something like this up in 2018, it was more of a dashboard function. The interest of council or certain council members later came about around credit cards. So let's not overlook the elephant in the room. Like, again, that predates you, but that's an issue, right? And so instead of continuing to allow it to be a issue that gets talked about incessantly in the public with differing opinions or whatever, one of the main interests for whatever we use is to address that. And I don't know if there are any other programs out there that do it. I get it's a cost savings, but are there different functionalities in this versus OpenGov? But I know that is one interest, whether it's an interest, I'm saying interest lightly. It is something that comes up often. The city clerk's office gets numerous open records requests. They probably could have one staff person just managing credit card open records requests. And so that is I think, key functionality that's needed in whatever, and whether if it can't be provided, then that's, something different. But are there programs out there that address that? Because we'll get this and we'll still have the same dialogue, whatever we want to call it, the open records request every other day or daily for credit cards. Is there a way to address that issue? I'm not necessarily saying no. I'm just saying that, let's be clear, like what this came about as, how it came about, and whatever we do, we need to go backwards. So whenever we start making these credit card statements public, we need to go back to probably about 2010. We need to go back as far as we can. There are a lot of people who talk about it who also had charges that were questionable, right? But they only want to go forward. And that's probably more so previous council members. So we really need to try to figure out something that addresses that. And I don't know if it's a both and or whatever, but honestly, let's just be.
Well, if I may, Mayor,
Go ahead.
I would say that within the limits of our research, we were not able to find specifically an ERP that addresses that. And I may have said that when I first came on board, I thought OpenGov did, but after I met with them, they do.
You told us you found out that it
They
didn't.
do not.
Right.
They do not. And so, and I know that that is a critical piece, but I think the rest of the functionality of this is really valuable to the city because it will reduce the number of people making requests to finance through open records. Not
the requests that come in for open records on credit cards. They ask for event spending, but if we go through the open record request subjects or topics from the city clerk's office, the overwhelming majority of them are credit cards. And so I'm not saying it could be both. And.
No, I understand.
You understand what I'm saying?
Understand,
Like
yes,
I'm
ma'am.
not saying that this doesn't provide value, but let's not lead this conversation, a discussion, without having a public discussion on the record about what really people are looking for.
Right. So one of the things that I liked about it, aside from credit cards, is that it shows the purchase order activity. So we're able to see that activity being posted against a purchase order. It's valuable for someone that actually knows what they're looking at. Now, credit cards are one thing, but if someone from the public wanted to see the number of transactions that the city is managing, they'll see that it's in the hundreds of thousands of transactions, not just, 25 or 30 a week. And so I think it paints a picture about the activity that's occurring in the finance department. So if we had 350,000 transactions for the year, just in one department, I think it would show a number of things, but I recognize the council's issue about the credit cards, but I thought it was valuable too. I just thought we should pay less if we can get the same product.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not, this has function. That having a dashboard is helpful. I mean, again, back since 2018, right? So like, I'm not disagreeing on the dashboard, but we have to figure out a way or determine whether or not there are tools. And I mean, if we research it and there's not, then so be it. But like this constant chatter around credit cards is it's a waste of city staff's time. If there's a way to provide that, just like this other information online, people can get it. It's not just individual people deciding whether or not they're posting. I don't know any other city where city council members are posting their credit cards online. But there is a heightened interest in our credit card statements. How do we get that to the public so the city clerk's staff is not consistently bombarded with open records requests for credit card statements? Like, just like we're going to be making this information available, is there a way to do that? Because that would drastically cut down on staff time.
Yep. Well, I mean, if we're trying to cut down on staff's time, that's one thing, but we just post them on our website monthly if that's what the board wants to do. And that will eliminate that. Or we can go out and spend money getting a software system designed specifically to do that. So
is there a way to integrate it with our bank to see if there is I don't know what they call it. It's not whatever term they use when the two systems communicate with each other.
Right. Well, that's what we're doing now. We could also probably download annual detailed statements to put it on the website as well. And I know you're probably wondering what am I reading, right? but I'm reading options from like IT on how we can accommodate the credit card statement stuff. Those are just options that we're talking about right now.
Yeah. Again, thanks for the work that you all are doing, but that is a real issue.
Yeah.
And so, maybe it's both and, maybe they can, I don't know, it's a crosswalk. It's not a crosswalk, it's something where they can, you know, have one system feed into the other.
Well,
and-
that's kind of what we're doing with the migration. So when.
Right, with BSNA.
With BSNA, that's right.
Yeah.
It goes into ClearGov.
So is there a way to have, because our credit cards are through our bank, is there a way to have that information migrate in or feed, whatever that technology term is, to provide as a part
the
of this?
bank transmitting to our website.
Well, let's,
Oh, okay.
Mr. Brown?
yes, ma'am. Let me get Jason Brookins up here. Jason, can you come forward, please? And kind of talk about the technology piece and this integration piece.
Sure. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. So if the provider of the software, if the maker of the software gives us what we call APIs, which is a way for the information to be exchanged seamlessly from one system to the other, Mayor, I think that's what integrate was the word I think you were looking for.
How technology people say. I know, I've heard it, but I can't remember what.
Right. And so what we would have to do, I don't want to say, because it doesn't always exist. And what I don't want to do is promise you that, yes, we do this and it will work 100%. Because until we get with the bank regions and ask them what APIs they offer, and then whatever software we go with intakes that API, that's the way that we know for sure. And so is it technically possible? All day long. But is it available to these specific vendors? I would want to make sure of that before I give you an answer on that.
I can appreciate that. Councilmember Shropshire?
Thank you. And then the question is, how safe is it? Because I know with certain information, it has to be redacted before it's shared. So you have to also take that into consideration as well, is making sure any information that you post is redacted so people don't get people's account numbers or credit card information. That information has to stay safe. So that's my question. How, for as this system, how is it safe to make sure the information is redacted when they go to ClearGov and they have to look at, when you call it a checkbook, is the checking account information going to be on there? What account it came out of? All of that information.
So what's in ClearGov is not the detailed account information. So it won't have your credit card account numbers. It won't have any of that information. It's just the activities associated with that account, and it goes back to that line item, whatever budget
Whatever's
it
in the
comes from.
budget.
Yes, ma'am.
It'll just take them there to say this was already budgeted for. Here it is right here.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
So, how long do we think it'll take to find out about, you said APIs?
Yes, ma'am.
That the tech side of the credit card question.
So I can come back at the work session in September and give you
Okay.
the updates on that.
That would be great.
Okay.
Mr. Brown?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
We'll come back.
thank you. I don't, oh, Councilmember Martin Rogers. Hold on a
Yes.
minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is for Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, is there any way that you could provide us other cities that are using ClearGov?
Sure.
And their status or their ranking? Because I just did a quick Google search and they are in, let's say, slot number 4. They're not top tier. I know that you said you brought it to us for financial, deeply discounted, but sometimes is cheaper or less economical always better? But if you could bring that ranking, and I forgot my next, if you could bring
That's
that
okay.
ranking back
can-
and
I
how many
can-
other cities are using this
I can.
Clear?
I can do that.
So Councilmember, if I may, the city of Milton uses it, the city of Alpharetta uses it, the city of Covington uses it, and the city of Decatur are the ones closest to us that use it. And I'm sure there are more, but those are the ones that are the most notable. And Covington, yes, ma'am.
All right, Madam Deputy City Clerk, first session. funds update.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Hey, thank you, guys. Appreciate it. All right. Yes, ma'am. This item is about the American Rescue Plan funding. As you know, the city of East Point has received number of millions of dollars in American Rescue Plan funds to do a number of things. In March of 21, it was about $1.4 billion that came down the pike from the United States government to help cities fund a number of areas. One in which was broadband services, economic recovery, premium pay for critical employees, and lost revenue impacted by COVID-19. Our initial allotment from ARPA was budgeted in our FY22 operating budget, and we received our first tranche or first allotment. And so, and in that first allotment, it was used to do sign-on bonuses for police, court upgrades, fire projects, and to create the Office of Equity Empowerment, Inclusion and Empowerment, and grants and some other things. It's written here in the report. The remaining balance now is $1,090,000. These funds must be obligated by December 31st of this year and spent within 2 years. The projects or the balance of the funds will be used to fund a small business facade grant program at the tune of $350,000, a senior and or veteran minor home repair program at the tune of $350,000, a fire station number 5 for renovations of $100,000, and social and or human services rapid rehousing utility assistance, $290,000. Total is $1,090,000. These funds will pay for those programs that we believe are critical, and our recommendations that we move forward with spending this money in those areas.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brown. And I see the proposed projects for the remaining balance. Couple of questions. How do we decide which small businesses will take part in that facade grant program? It's $350,000 there. I know I have some concerns about the plazas in Ward D.
Yes, ma'am.
And then my other question is fire station number 5. That's on the agenda tonight for $108,000. Is that in conjunction? Will that be a $208,000 renovation, or is this in conjunction with these funds?
Okay, so I'll take the last one first. So this is in addition to fire station number 5.
So it'll be $208,000.
If that's what's in that item, I'm not
Yeah,
there.
it's $208,000.
Okay, so this is a additional $100,000 that would go toward those renovations.
All right, and then a follow-up question to that is, I know we're going to get to this item, but I was inside that fire station. Is $208,000 going to be sufficient for renovation? But I can wait until we get
Okay.
to that item.
Yeah.
Because you and I both walked the fire station together a couple of months ago.
Yes, ma'am. And I was informed by the chief that they're back in the fire station and they have some additional things that need to be done. But I'd rather let him come and walk us through what's going on inside
Back
the
in
fire
fire
station.
station number 5?
Or maybe it was 3, but maybe it's 5. But
It
let
might
me.
be 3.
Okay, all right. So let me get him to come up and talk about fire station number 5.
But we can wait because that item is number 42.
Yes, ma'am. And the small business facade grant program, I believe this is an existing program, and this is additional funding for this program. So is
So
it Maceo?
for the facade grant, then why, if it's funding for it, then why do our plazas?
So no, he's saying that it's an existing small
Existing.
business incentive that's in our brochure. Not sure how much has been allocated and funding previously for it. That might be why. But the interim city manager, Mr. Brown, is recommending $350,000 of this definitely goes to that. I don't know if there's
Right.
a prior
Yeah.
fund balance or line
mean,
item. I know it's an
I can find
incentive in
out.
the
I'm trying to-
brochure, but I'm
trying
not
to
sure how
find
much
out
funding.
now. And everybody's sitting back there in the back, peanut gallery. Come on up here, man.
And then how do we?
They acting like they're afraid of the mic, huh?
And then how do we prioritize which plazas?
Well, I don't have an answer for that, but I do know that there's a program I'm sure that Mr. Rogers is going to talk to us about and walk us through. If you know what the fund balance or what the amount is right now, that would be great.
Thank you, City Manager Brown. Yes, so we, with the first round of opera funds that we dealt with, it was to incentivize small businesses with respect to capital improvements, operations, I believe. And we were able to incentivize 27 companies. That was a different kind of focus from what we have here. This is facade,
Right.
outside improvements, enhancements, beautification, that sort of thing, some infrastructure. But the previous round was to really assist and provide help to those companies that had been gravely impacted by COVID.
So it wasn't just facades, it was.
Yes, this is facade,
Okay.
but the other one was for
No.
operations.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think the question is, the small business incentive brochure went out several years ago.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the previous allocations? 'Cause the facade grants is not new, as Mr. Brown said. It's a part of that incentive package. What were the previous allocation of funding for that program?
For the piece that's in the brochure. So yeah, that was part of our incentives that we provide to small businesses. Now, we work with them on funding through DCA with that. This involves opera funding, which is a grant. The DCA incentive that we have in the brochure is actually a small business loan that they would apply for through DCA. So it's a little bit different.
Okay, so it's a new, sounds like this is a new program.
Yeah, this will be new.
Yeah, what we're talking about tonight
Yeah,
is
this is
new.
a new program. Okay, so it's not adding on to the existing program. This is a new program.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. All right. And so I appreciate the 350,000, but I think what will work best for me is a prioritization of those facade areas that are in need, because Washington Road, where Sammy's Cheesecake is, that should be like at the top of the list in Ward D. So, I mean, in order for me to support this, I would like to see the $350,000 and what is our list of priorities for the facade.
I think you mean list of qualifications or requirements.
Yes.
Like, I don't know that we can select businesses or plazas, but have we fleshed out what the application requirements are going to be that would allow people to qualify for these?
Yes.
It sounds like we haven't done that yet. We're working on that. Once, if the council so chooses to go this route, then they will sit down in a room together, prepare a plan of action, a program on how they're going to administer the program. And I don't know how we get to prioritize just Ward D. I know it's a lot of
Yeah.
commercial over there, but
For the first installment, we did a small business grant, and we had an application process. So we had small businesses actually apply to us, and I formed a committee, and each one of us on the committee sat and read all of the applications, and they also had to write a brief essay as to why they needed the funds. And we did a scoring sheet and scored based on their lost revenues, because that was one of the requirements, how much they had lost during COVID. Based on the lost revenues and their essay, we were able to score them to choose which of the 27 businesses would receive the grant. But this one, of course, will be a little different. And as Interim City Manager Brown mentioned, we haven't flushed out the logistics of it just yet.
Yeah, because I think like the city of Atlanta does a program like this. and many people qualify for that facade improvement. I'd like to do my own research. I don't know when this is going to come back, but I just know that, I just know how the plazas look in the ward that I represent.
Right.
So I don't know if they're not taking advantage of it or they just don't know, but we could use some facade improvement.
Yeah, well, this is definitely needed in the areas. It's going to go pretty quick because
Yeah.
facades cost money. And so based on the applications that come in, it will determine the scope and scale and all that. But I can see $350,000 not being a lot for a multi-use strip center, especially if they're heavy advertising, heavy retail. So.
Member comments and council.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So with the Small Business Facade Grant Program, and I will echo with my colleague's sentiments when she talks about, like, I know where Sammy's Cheesecake is. So you're looking at the individual business. So let's just say, I'll just take Sammy's Cheesecake. They go in and they apply for a grant, and it's and they're awarded a grant, and they do fix it up. You still got the whole strip mall, the whole strip. So I understand what you're doing for that one particular business. I don't know if maybe we want to look at just, because the majority of people that they're renting that particular space. Right. So I don't know if it would be more of a broader thing if you talk with the owner of the strip mall, because it doesn't make any sense if it's a brown strip mall and Sammy's Cheesecake is awarded, and then he says, well, paint mine gray. Right. And then you have the brown in there. So and like you said, I know $350,000, it'll go really fast. But are we taking that into consideration? I mean, I understand, and the need for the repair just to make it, make things look nice is definitely there. But how are we looking at, I get if you're awarded it, but I mean, if you just paint one area, that's like polishing a turd. I mean, you want the whole thing to look nice. So how are we navigating as far as doing that?
Yes, Councilwoman. Certainly, we will sit down and discuss and collaborate. One of the processes with respect to the facade incentive is that if it is a single kind of entity, the threshold is 5,000 square feet. But if it is a small strip center, for example, that would have multiple tenants, it would have a threshold of 25,000 square feet. So you could do a small strip center, but the amount of funding that would be allocated towards that might be a little bit different because, to your point, you don't want a kind of a hatch job where you have this one doing one thing, someone on the end doing another thing, particularly if it's a strip center type. But we will certainly get together and discuss, that approach, because this is a new initiative, and we'll put some thought and time into that and come up with a solution viable for the process.
Okay, and one more thing. So and I don't know how the terms actually work. I mean, I don't know. So let's just say it's $100,000 to do this plaza. Are you giving them the whole $100,000, or are we matching, or can you kind of circle back? Let's just say there's an application deadline, and you give them 30 days. After the 30 days, you have all the applications in, and based on all the applicants, and if they meet the requirements, and let's just say maybe 10 businesses, which may be a strip mall owner, as opposed to maybe matching, or you saying we do 50%, you guys do 50%, or you just offering X amount of dollars, or I mean, I don't know really, just what the terms are, or are we still just kind of in that phase with regards to working out how the funds will be dealt out?
Yeah.
We're in the development phase.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
that's all.
All this stuff that
Mhm.
we're getting right now, they're listening, they're gonna
Okay,
take, they're gonna include
that's
all
fine.
this they've heard.
That's fair. Thank you, I yield.
Thank you. I want to concur with my Ward D colleague. Sometimes Ward D feels like we're left out. And not to pick on Sammy's Cheesecake, but I think she's correct in that if we can provide a grant to that shopping plaza so that they can improve what's going on in that area. So I just wanted to add that conversation to the conversation.
Councilmember Zick.
Yes, thank you. And, just kind of advocating for Ward B, there's a few different plazas in Ward B that, like there's one in East Washington that seems to be completely forgotten about. There are stores in there, but I just drove through it this weekend, and I mean, it looks pretty rundown. So just trying to think of other places that would be great too. But I would agree that having a priority list would be would be the best thing. So then we would all have transparency on where and what the money is going towards.
Councilman Martin.
Okay, and this is the last thing. Mr. Brown, I believe this is called outreach, and maybe, just maybe a ride through wards A, B, C, and D. We could look at which plazas may need the most assistance or TLC and target those first with a priority list. Like I know for one, Ward D, that Washington, I think it's the Washington Road Plaza.
Right.
That would be a priority for me, but I don't know what the priority would be in Ward C, B, or A. So I think that outreach and looking at what we have in front of us would be beneficial.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. And I think also finding out who owns the plazas and holding them accountable for the plazas. I know Ward A, well, actually it's not, is Ward A and C. The Wayfield Plaza on one side, the Family Dollar Plaza on the other side, and then the Piggly Wiggly Plaza that's at Washington Road. So it's more about finding out who owns the plaza and holding the owner accountable as well for the plaza, making them maintain, clean it up, fix it up, do what needs to be done. And I think a lot of people don't want to fix up their areas because then they'll be, and I don't see Ms. Smith, then they fall under the new guidelines for planning and zoning, if I'm not mistaken. If they make any repairs to their plazas, then they fall up under, because they're no longer grandfathered into the whatever, I can't think of what it is, but they're no longer grandfathered. Then they have to keep it maintained. They fall up because we have, like, one of the convenience stores on Delowe refuses to fix up the store because they don't want to have to pave the driveway.
Right.
Because if they fix it up, then they're no longer grandfathered into the process. And I think that's like the store on Bayard is what you're talking about, the plaza. So they don't want to be held responsible for maintaining it. So it's more like we have to find who the owners are and hold them accountable to maintain it. Thank you.
So I definitely agree with accountability. It should be some connection to business license renewal. Like, you don't, every year you renew your license, I mean, you have to comply with current code or something to that effect. I was doing some research online about the small business incentive program or brochure that we have, and it looks like the program was a part of 2012-2022 economic development plan. And the brochure, I think we adopted maybe in 18, and it has the first incentive, facade improvement incentive, qualifying criteria, be located in East Point, ideally in the downtown district, update existing construction, not induce brand new construction. So it's to update existing construction. My glasses aren't working. Building space must not exceed 5,000 square feet. If part of a larger building, total building must not exceed 25,000 square feet. That's what Mr. Rogers mentioned previously. Limited to 5 qualified businesses per year. A recipient must sign an agreement with the city covering terms, obligations, timelines, etc. This agreement includes a clawback provision, which means we can get our money back, I guess, if they don't do what they're supposed to do. The incentive is the permit fees are waived. And then there's a facade improvement project may be eligible for facade loan through the Department of Community Affairs for a maximum of $250,000. So we have a facade improvement incentive program in the small business brochure. When you were talking, you mentioned similar criteria from a space perspective. So like, what is it that we're attempting to do with this? If DCA has funding and they can provide a loan up to $250,000, is this like a grant? Like, are we expecting the funds to be paid back? So is this a grant like we did with the operations piece? And then really, what are going to be the criteria? $350,000 is not going to go a long way. And so you've heard from every ward in comments about different areas. Like, really, how are we going to prioritize this? What problem are we trying to solve? Like, what are we really trying to get to? Because the more we define that in the application process or the qualifying criteria for this, it should lead us to, it has to be open to throughout the city. It can't just be a one ward focus. But how does it differ from what already exists in the brochure? It seems like it must be a grant and it's not going to be paid back. But really, what's the value of each that we think we're giving out? $350,000.
Yes, ma'am. So 350,000 in grant funding versus up to 250,000 as a loan.
Right, but that's not for one business. So my question is, out of 350,000, and Mr. Brown said that you all are working on it, like, how many businesses are we hoping to target, right? Like, what's going to be the grant amount? Or, like, you know what I mean? Like, and so I think what Mr. Brown is asking is that we approve in concept the funding, the use of ARPA funds, the remaining $1,090,000 in the way that he's proposed, and then they will work on building it out if we say we're okay with the buckets that he's proposed. The $290,000 for social services, I'm assuming that's to support the work that Ms. Yolanda Johnson is doing.
We need that.
So I'm just asking, is that,
Yes.
is that to support that work?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
And you said 350,000 for the senior rehab housing renovations?
Home repair program?
Housing repair program. I saw that as one of the agenda items where we're recommending approval of a couple vendors. So I guess we could talk about that. Maybe let's talk about it now. I forgot which item it is, but I know it's House Proud and somebody else.
Okay.
Which number was that? Somebody help me out. It was in the 40s. Oh, it's one of the ones that that's the 350,000, 47 for Green Heart Construction and House Proud as qualified vendors. So did we do an RFQ for this?
Yes, good
Okay.
evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Janice Elias, Assistant City Manager. Yes, we did go through a procurement process with contracts and procurement using the request for qualifications process. We had 2 vendors to actually submit their qualifications under the RFQ process. And those 2 vendors were Green Heart Construction Incorporated and House Proud Atlanta. Upon evaluation of their qualifications, both companies are qualified to serve as project managers and contractors for the no-cost minor home repair program for seniors and veterans. So staff is proposing that we award the contract to both vendors in an amount for the total project of $350,000.
So, but the RFQ, they're not guaranteed work, but it could be up to 350,000. You could pick which vendors based on available. Like, how would you all decide from the qualified list? I know you can use any of them and they're not guaranteed work, but.
So I've been thinking about this process, and I will say a few years ago when we initially received the first group of funding under the Energy Efficiency Conservation Block Grant, we did a similar program in which we did tankless water heaters, HVAC systems. We did some roofs using some other funds that we received, as well as weatherization. So what staff did at the time, we conducted an open house, invited all the residents throughout the city to participate in the open house. They were able to select which one of the programs they were interested in, hopefully receiving some type of service. And we, as long as the funds were available, as we pulled the names, we listed them on a roster, and we went in the order in which those homeowners' names were pulled. So I'm thinking for this process, when we did that one a few years ago, there was a match requirement, which allowed us to do more homes. This one would be strictly a grant. We're not going to be asking for any funds from the homeowners because we are using the HUD income standards based on our area median income. So what we would do is, and I'm thinking I'm still working out logistics, but we would do an open house meeting. We would allow residents to come and select whether or not they would do mechanical, electrical, or plumbing, or roofing, or we're also looking to provide the accessibility services. So again, we would pull them and list them in the order in which they're pulled. And as far as assigning the work to the two contractors, we will also alternate the assignment because that's the fairest way I can think of at this time.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Okay, so I remember this, I remember bringing this program about fixing up senior homes. To have them to come in and say, either you get a roof, either you get this or you get that, that defeats the purpose. Because we had House Proud to come in here, and House Proud told us exactly what the seniors need for their house. They need ramps. They need their bathroom floors fixed up. They need different things other than a roof or a tankless hot water tank. They need some repairs. So now to come up with this and say, we'll have the people to come out and then they decide what they want, that defeats the purpose of us even putting this out, because House Proud gave us a list. They told us exactly what it is that the seniors out here need, because they said the majority of the people that call are East Point, and they didn't really have the funding to help them, because we know that Tyler Perry helps some people in Atlanta, and it's only a limited of what Habitat can do. So when House Proud gave us the list and the exact amount of what was needed, that is why we decided to go this route, and to say now that you'll have a public meeting and have people to come in and pick what they want, that kind of defeats the purpose of the people that's already on the list.
So two things. When we're talking about minor home repairs, it's feasible to look at code compliance issues, because some of those homeowners who have some of those problems with their ceilings inside the house or their flooring is probably stemming from one of the code compliant mechanical, electrical, plumbing issues. So the goal is to try and address any code compliant issues that the homeowner may have that's leading to additional causes in the disrepair of the property.
So here's my question. So why not get with them to find out who's already on the list, because here's what's going to happen. You have people that's already on the list who are waiting to get service. You're going to open it up for anybody to come, and then they're going to get ahead of those people who've already been on that list 2 and 3 years.
So the second issue is about fairness.
No,
And
that's not being fair. When you talk about opening it up and there were already people on the list, that was the whole purpose of bringing this program. That was the whole purpose of talking with House Proud, because we can go back and look at the minutes. That's not about being fair.
So Commissioner, just so I'm clear, the program you're referring to relates to seniors only?
It was seniors only. We
Okay.
had a presentation from House Proud.
Yes, ma'am.
Because House Proud here is right here in East Point.
Yes, ma'am.
And House Proud said the majority of their calls was from East Point.
Right.
And because they didn't have funding to fix up those houses.
Sure.
So we decided, okay, well, can we look at opera funding to
Okay.
do that? And staff said, okay, but we have to bid it out, because you couldn't just do it. You couldn't give them funding to one company.
Right.
So now to come back and say we can do a meeting and have people pick what they want, that defeats the purpose, because they told us who was on the list. They provided that to the city.
Okay, so are we talking about the funding source? Because we're talking senior and veterans, okay, not just seniors.
It was senior citizens who was on the list. They needed ramps. They needed,
Sure.
the house was, bathrooms was falling apart.
Right.
Steps was falling apart. These were seniors who could not get that through Habitat or anywhere else because the waiting list was so long.
Yes, ma'am. And I don't disagree with anything you just said. I'm trying to find a way that we can split the baby or something like that.
Yeah, I
because-
think it's both. And if I'm not mistaken, the amount that the young lady said from House Proud was about $40,000, $40,000 to $50,000 was what she said. Yeah, I think with the 350,000, if we go back and look at what House Proud already, the data that they already collected, there may be a both and, because I don't think it was $350,000.
Yeah, originally, well, one, I don't want to say we're discounting the data that House Proud has already collected. We're just trying to make sure that other residents who may not have been on that list that House Proud has already collected also have an opportunity to participate. Also, I believe originally a recommendation was to allot about $200,000 of ARPA funds, but based on the amount that we had remaining and looking at outstanding projects or needs throughout the city, it was determined that we could possibly increase that amount available from $200,000 to $350,000.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's probably both and, right? So like, as you said, if we don't discount the data that they've already collected around the residents who need it, it's probably not a total of $350,000. And so it's addressing that, but then also figuring out a process for the additional funding that may be
And then
provided.
And then we'll also meet with House Proud and Green Heart together, since they will be working on this project as a collaborative group with the city of East Point. So even in sitting down and talking to the owners reps for House Proud and Green Heart, we'll probably come up with an even better plan of action to ensure that we are addressing those persons who are already on a list and those who may not be on a list.
Yeah, and if you could bring that information back to us before it goes out so council can have input. on it.
Okay, so after I meet with them, I'll give you all an update.
Yeah, just so we'll make sure that it's fair. Councilmember Martin Rogers and Councilmember Butler. So I got a panel right here.
I just wanted to know, I know in the small city that I'm from, I know several seniors that took advantage of this program. Is it something online in East Point where seniors could apply? Because in the city of Delray Beach, Florida, it's a housing rehabilitation program where people can go online and apply. So does the city have something like that online, easily accessible?
No, we have not gotten that far yet. Thank you.
Councilman Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think there's a way to make this much easier. Councilwoman Shropshire is correct. The spirit of this legislation was to help fund House Proud, who had a list of people that they wanted to repair the homes that needed to be. And I think they have to keep them dry, and it's a formula that they have. And so what we wanted to do, because they are first come, first serve, but she informed us that if East Point was able to legislate money to that, then they can take those East Point residents and they can service those people. So I think if we start over, then it's doing more work, because she already has a database of people that's already in line, that's already fair. She has an entire list of people that they can serve. And I do agree with the mayor in that I don't think it was $350,000 worth of work that needed to be done. But if we tend to those people that has already registered to get that help, then that's something that we don't have to duplicate, because that's part of the reason why we're doing this funding, is because they came to us, they talked about, we have people that need these services and we're ready to do that. We just don't have the funding to do it. Does that sound like it will make things easier for staff?
So again, as I stated earlier, I'm not discounting the list that House Proud has collected. So that information will be shared with both vendors, their list with Greenheart Construction as well when we meet. However, the goal is also to try and present the opportunity to other residents who may not have known about the list that House Proud put together.
Now, who is Greenheart Construction?
They're the other vendor that we're recommending to assist in carrying out the
Are they a
home repairs.
nonprofit? Are they a nonprofit?
They're a construction company.
So it is my understanding that there were nonprofits who did this work. And so we had House Proud, another one was Habitat for Humanity, where their focus is to help seniors and veterans. Those are the only people that they were able to help. And then they contract out people whom they've already vetted, that they know will do the work and know that they're going to give a fair price and to keep things in line. And so I guess my statement is, by having a construction company do something that a nonprofit was already doing, I have, I'm not saying that they can't do it, I just have questions about it, because House Proud, Habitat for Humanity, they have these systems in place to help people like this. And I don't know anything about the construction company, but I thought the spirit of doing this was to find funding for the nonprofit that was already doing this work and just didn't have enough funding to do that.
The RFQ process was required because due to the amount of funds, the city could not legally just grant the funds to one entity. So we went through, as opposed to an invitation to bid or a request for proposal process, we used a request for qualifications, which looks specifically at whether or not the vendor has done similar work to what we are stating within the document itself. House Proud was a vendor who submitted their qualifications. Greenheart Construction is the other vendor who submitted their qualifications. Both are qualified. We don't necessarily look at nonprofit, for-profit. We looked at the two vendors who submitted and their qualifications and their ability to carry out the work prescribed in the program. itself. Habitat for Humanity did not submit a qualification packet. These were the only two who submitted.
So we got to deal with just these two vendors. Unless y'all say, no, we don't want to deal with these two vendors. But this is who we need to deal with.
So staff is recommending that both Greenheart Construction and House Proud be awarded as the selected vendors to perform the work under the project. And the total project amount available is the $350,000, which would be funded through American Rescue Plan Act funds.
So I'm actually trying to look up Greenheart Construction and Department of Corporations. I see a Greenheart Enterprises general contractor on Willingham Drive, and then I see a different Greenheart Construction. And this one is
It's
on Cascade.
It's Greenheart Construction on Cascade Road.
Full service SBA certified 8A minority owned small business headquartered in Atlanta. So I think two things. What's been said is I agree with, and we definitely need to ensure that we are considering the information that we already have and those who have already applied. Because at the time that they were communicating with House Pride, they didn't realize that we have to go through this process. So it was a process that we have to go through to comply with procurement. Interested to, generally there's a level of competition around pricing. When you do a request for qualification, neither company is guaranteed work. They could potentially be selected. And I think, the goal would be to ensure that this money stretches as far as it can go and that we get the best pricing possible. So I don't know if, I haven't seen their proposal. I'm not sure if they included pricing and stuff within their proposals. I think there's a way to get to what all the concerns that have been shared. But I think it's critically important. I don't know if you all will have it on Monday or at the September work session. It's critically important, and maybe it's also helpful at that time to bring back information about the business facade portion of this. It's critically important that we have criteria established, or that we know what's going to be happening to help address the concerns that were raised, as well as the expectation that we created through definitely the senior housing repair program. This has been in the work. I mean, Councilmember Calloway was on council when we first started talking about it. So it's been a long time coming. And I should say former Councilmember Calloway. So we want to make sure that the fact that we had to go through the procurement process that we needed to go through, and I'm glad we did, that doesn't negatively impact people who had an expectation previously, and it also makes it available for more people at the most cost-effective pricing as possible among the vendors that we have. So I think, Mr. Brown, if probably a work session, or you think Monday? I'm thinking maybe work session, more information about this and the small business incentive. I don't think I haven't heard any concern about the amounts that you're allocating. It's just questions about what the programs would look like.
And I think the work session in September would possibly be better, because it would give me the opportunity to meet with both Greenheart and House Proud. Additionally, just listening to something you said, again, I'm still working out logistics, but more than likely to ensure we're getting the best pricing, we would possibly have both companies prepare cost proposals for each of the homes. And then based on which company provided the best pricing, that's the company we would go with for that specific home.
Yeah.
And there may be some other strategies, but
I
it'll
mean,
give me a chance to talk to both of them.
It could be a per home, but it also could be a per type of work.
Correct.
So they give a pricing list for the different types of projects. Because once they compete on one home, they know where they stand for the
Right.
next one. Yeah. So, Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the things that I wanted to discuss too in talking about giving the grants to people to improve the shopping plazas. I know some people, some cities historically have done these facade grants where they're trying to make something uniform and then they give the grants to maybe it's the downtown area and they're trying to improve the facade, or maybe they're trying to, are we going to switch from these type of signs to monument signs? When we're talking about the plazas, maybe how we make those recommendations is we know that there's some plazas in all wards that need to be refreshed. And so in them giving those facade grants, maybe that's how we determine who gets the grants, because someone mentioned earlier, you know, use an example, Salmon Cheesecake doesn't own the real estate. But if we did a facade grant for the owner of that property, then it will uplift that whole neighborhood. I could think of some other shopping plazas too, which it would just be a refresh of that entire plaza. And then we get to determine what does that facade look like. I don't have all the details, but the point of those grants were to try to make things uniform and try to upgrade those. And and in that point, it increases the value of the entire community.
Okay. September work session, I think we should go to one more that's tied to this, which is item number 42, fire station number 3, so that we can address these requests. I think the other two are just general buckets. The 100,000, I guess the only one that's the general bucket is the social services. We talked about the business of side. This is seniors, and then 108 for fire station number 3. Item number 42. If we could talk about that now too.
Yeah. Chief, if you can come up and you guys can just walk us through how this additional $100,000 would be used, and maybe just give an update on fire station number 5. So, thank you.
Good evening, President.
Down at the bottom.
How about now? Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Chief Thorne would like to apologize for not being able to make it tonight. He had some unforeseen scheduling that he could not make it back here for. I'm Battalion Chief Kendrick, and this is the newly appointed Logistic Officer Gooden. So we're here to answer any questions you may have.
I think it would be helpful for you all to share what the 108,000 is going to be used for. Then we could.
Yes, ma'am. The 108,000 is mainly deductible for the building. We so far have been giving 567,000 to put the building back in to where we can use the building. So in the 567, we do anticipate more money coming from the insurance company. As you put the building back together, you find more things that you have to add, and sometimes that's the change of something being new. You can't go back to what you had. Oh, the price is higher, and the likes of that. And then the other part of that 108 is part of it is for the roof. The roof is the building was built in 2005. So if they renovate, which they are, when we finish the bay side of the station, you have an old section of the rest of the building that has some leaks. So we asked that to also fix those items as well, along with a few more renovations that has to be done.
This is the Camp Creek Fire Station?
Yes, ma'am.
Had the fire?
Yes, ma'am.
So the insurance company is only paying 567.
So far, we're looking to ask for more money.
So the total right now would be 675 if we do the 108.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
I know that this fire station needs to be repaired due to the fire and due to the loss. But what I want to know is more information about fire station number 5 on Washington Road. I think we had the numbers mixed up as
So
far,
number-
like, I know number
number
3.
This is number 3 we're
Camp
speaking of
Creek,
now.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, but I don't think we have any further information on number 5, do we? Because number 3, it was said in an email that this fire station would be up and running by August. So what date in August, Mr. City Manager? That was we were provided that
No, I
timeline.
remember the timeline.
Mr. Manager, we were, and Council Mayor, we were pushed back by permits and some architectural drawings. Now they're anticipating mid-September,
Mid-September.
October, I'm sorry, mid-October.
The
My
other
apologies.
thing too is this going to be the same fire station setup? You said there's some renovations inside. What type of renovations?
Well, everything, we had some leaks with the building. Like I said, the building's old, 2005. We're talking about, hold on, let me back up. We're talking about Station 3 still, correct? So in Station 3, the building was, it's a 2005 building. And so with very little upkeep on it as far as things of the roof, some structural damage, and additional item that the insurance company will not pay for. Plus the cost of the deductible is also in that 108.
Okay, so Mr. City Manager, he mentioned the upkeep on the building. How do we maintain our buildings? But this was due to a complete fire, so. But like, how would one maintain a fire station?
Well, it's I could probably write to you, but just very quickly, it's a function of the department that operates or actually is housed there and working with the Public Works Department. So if these guys are the end users of the building, then they have to communicate that to the Public Works Department in order to get things done, repaired. The maintenance is a function of the department that houses out of that building, as well as the Public Works Department. They should be maintaining their own facility, cleaning their own toilets, doing certain painting and that type of thing at the fire station.
So you mentioned some operation and maintenance issues with a building that is in the current condition it's in because of a fire. And so the newest fire station we have is the Chief Cloud Fire Station. I'm not sure what number that is.
Station 4. Yes,
Number
ma'am.
4. The one that was built most recently after that would be number 3, right? Or is it the one over here on Normanberry?
The number 4 is the newest
No,
station.
number 4 is the newest, and then what's the next one?
Then after that, 3 would have been built just before it,
Correct.
in
And,
05.
and then before that would be the one on Normanberry.
That's correct, fire station number 2.
So, I mean, what's the operation and maintenance plan on the one on Normanberry?
I'm sorry?
What's the what's the condition of the one on Normanberry?
The one on Nunberry,
Because that's older.
constantly-
It's older than
yes,
the
ma'am,
one
and
that
we're
was in
constantly
fire.
asking for money to upkeep the building. It's always something, it's ACs, the system's too old. We put a lot of money in it. The doors, we're working on that. We ask for money for bay doors for every station. As we spend quite a bit of money on bay doors for all stations, it's almost impossible to keep them all up. So it's always
Yeah.
something ongoing with a fire station.
Well,
Mr. Brown,
let me respond.
I'm gonna turn it to you
All right, so-
because each department submits a capital improvement plan to council for budgeting and approval.
All true. So let me respond this way. The city doesn't have a facilities management department. They don't have a facilities manager. We have employees that are housed or work for Public Works, and they are very helpful in looking at certain things. For example, this building. We've been having some issues with the HVAC system. We thought
Since
it
we
was
moved in.
the roof, but it's not the roof. It's the HVAC system. And so one of the things that, I'd like to talk with the council about at another point, is developing our facilities maintenance plan on how we look at all our facilities. Because right now, I believe we don't really have a long-term plan on how we deal with operations and maintenance of our facilities. Mainly, that was the reason why you built this building 5 years ago, because you had problems in the old buildings. And so we need to bring focus to actually providing operations and maintenance of all our facilities, not just the fire station,
Correct.
but all of them. And so that is not being worked on right now. That's
And
something that we
I
need to do.
appreciate you saying that, but when we have staff that stand before us and tell us they need bay doors and they have needs, capital needs that it sounds like either we haven't funded or they haven't asked or there's an issue, right? Like public safety is a top priority. And so each department every year submits a capital improvement plan for the capital needs that it has. And I hear you saying that we need an operations and maintenance and facilities. We need a lot, but like it's concerning when staff talks about capital needs, when the department heads have submitted budgets that were supposed to have addressed those needs. So I will I appreciate what you just said, but we probably need to get back on that in September, because we don't need to have public safety departments with needs that are not being met, regardless of whether our public works department is maintaining them or whether or not the people we buy the doors from, we get, maintenance plans. Or, there are different ways to ensure operation and maintenance, but to your point, we need a plan, a facilities management plan to be able to do that. So thank you, Mr. Brown. So that was the fire station item within item number 3. So let me ask you all this as it relates to 42, the ARPA funding of the 108, can that go to consent? And as it relates to 47, the ARPA funding for the senior and veterans repair program with the RFQ, the qualified vendors of Greenheart Construction, Inc. and House Proud, can that go to consent?
I have a question. So if that goes to consent, when are they gonna bring us back the plan? Okay, so we're just voting on the vendors.
Vendor and the budget amount, because Mr. Brown has indicated in the ARPA fund balance, the 350. So we're really kind of just approving the buckets that he's allowed for that one. Yeah, it's the qualified vendors, but again, staff can choose whom they select off that list to do the work.
Okay, but they're gonna bring us back the plan
In
of how
September.
they're going to do it.
Yeah, Ms. Elias said that September work session would probably be good for them to come back on that, as well as the business facade.
Okay.
Councilmember Butler.
Yes, Madam Mayor. So can we place on the September's work session agenda for discussion and possible action on facility maintenance?
I'm with you, but I don't know that the interim city manager is going to have that information, a comprehensive plan for all of our facilities and departments. I'm with you, and we need to have that discussion sooner rather than later.
What I was asking is that maybe we consider hiring someone that will be that person. And in addition to that, there's something else that we need to discuss, and this can be a separate item. The fact that the city may need an engineer, because we have engineers in utilities, engineers in water, and then an engineer in public works, but no one's talking to each other. So maybe the city needs, I don't know, what would you call that person?
I would call that person the city manager or deputy city manager. What I would call that person.
No. Well, this is what I mean, in that, and I don't want to go into too many discussions, but I would like to put this on the work session. So if we have public works and they repave a road, but we have the water department that has to do water maintenance under that road. If they have to come up and tear that road up, then we spent money, and then that road that we've just repaved is not as good as it once was because we've had to do it. And I'll give you an example on Cascade Road in Atlanta. They just repaved all of Cascade. Then there was a water issue that could have been prevented, and they had to redig all of that road up. And the way that you do that is you have an engineer that is taking a look at all of the, because these departments need their engineers for what they're doing specifically. But if you have one person that's quarterbacking all of these engineers, then that's something that we can discuss. And I think we should put that on the works. So I'm asking.
I'm not gonna object to you putting on the work session, but if we have a water and sewer director, a public works director, well, we don't have a transportation director, that's what public, all of them should be talking together to coordinate these projects. And that is the function of either the deputy city manager or the city manager who oversees these departments. And so instead of trying to get another engineer to just make sure people are talking, I think that's a leadership issue of ensuring that department heads are not working in silos, and that when they have projects that are involving multiple departments, that they do that. I know they have to do that with planning and zoning when they're doing permits and inspections. All of the departments have to work together. And so I think that is a leadership issue. But I'm not gonna say you can't put it on the work session, that's your prerogative. But I don't think we need another body, we need leadership. Councilmember Shropshire.
I hear what Councilmember Butler is saying, because if you go down Hetland, they just put in sidewalks. I can't figure out for the life of me, and it's a pole, the sidewalk has come up, it's just pieces. I don't know if the city broke it up or it broke. I don't know what happened. But in 2 places on Hetland, the sidewalks are broken into big pieces.
Again, I think that's just project management. Like, if we have projects in the city that impact multiple departments, we pay our department heads very well to communicate and work together in a way that doesn't cost the city more money. They have to go back and redo those sidewalks or redo the work because there wasn't communication on the front end. But I think, again, that's a deputy city manager or a city manager, depending on which departments report to them, ensuring that those projects are happening not in silos and before they start happening. Like, if there is a sidewalk that needs to be installed, public works shouldn't be going out without talking to water, sewer, electric, anybody else who has something within that area that can be impacted, and also finding out the projects that they're working on. So I'm not disagreeing with either of you. I'm just saying, we just talked about the fire department staff just came up and said they don't have enough money, or they don't have funding for doors that they need replaced, and maintenance issues and facilities issues. And so we have to prioritize public safety and ensuring that we have what's needed for public safety and other departments. So before we start thinking about salary and benefits for an engineer, which is a very a high salary position, then we look at ensuring that they're coordinating. There is a provision in the charter that says that the council can I'm trying to figure out the word, but we can basically dictate or prescribe the functions and duties of every position in the city. And so if we feel like we're at the point where we need to require and do an ordinance that requires departments heads to work together on projects, then maybe we should be doing that. But additional staffing, when we've heard other capital concerns or capital needs, I just think we should be cautious about that. But we could talk about it further when it's on the agenda next month. But I don't disagree. It's not rocket science. You're going out to put out a road, and there's phone lines, or not phone lines, electric poles and water lines and all of that in the area. The department should talk to each other before. The leaders should be talking together and having a planning meeting before they start the project. Doesn't look like that's happening in some instances, I'll say, with the busted sidewalks and other examples that were shared. But Ms. Deputy City Clerk, Councilman Butler's asked for that to be on next month's agenda, but I'm really hoping that our interim city manager is gonna be talking to our leaders of departments to ensure that there's a level of collaboration before we start creating new positions just to monitor directors. Next up, so Mr. Interim City Manager, for the ARPA funds update, I don't hear any objection to the buckets that you prescribed. I think there's some requests for more information for some that we can get at the September work session. We've already approved, actually, though, once with the consent agenda, the 350 for seniors and the 108 for the fire station. And so the facade grant is not on here, and then the 209 for social services. So question for the city attorney, do we need to approve these separately? Should we put on the agenda, the consent agenda, an item that approves the ARPA fund balance plan as shared by the city manager, the buckets, and then approve it as we go?
I think you should do them separately.
Okay, so there's no objection to the 290,000 for the social services component or the 350,000 for the business facade. So we could put them on the agenda, Mr. Brown, separately, because we already have two of them separate. So maybe if we create another separate item for the business facade and the social services showing the funding of ARPA funds, and they could all be on consent, but that would cover the 1,090,000. Okay, so Madam Deputy City Clerk, you got that? We need a separate item for business facade and the 290,000 for social services, with the funding source being the ARPA funds. Impact Fee Advisory Committee. Mr. Brown.
Oh, yeah, come on, please. Yeah, please, thanks. We'll have Melissa Echeverria, our Water and Resources Director, come forward and update the council.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. How are you doing today? All right. So council already approved the utilization of Ross and Associates as our consultant that we're bringing in to complete the impact fee development program. And so the goal of the program, of course, is, I like to explain it, is new development and their demand on our services as well as on our infrastructure. And so we don't know what that rate is yet. That's going to be based off of meeting with fire, police, parks and recs, our 911 services, and they're going to assign a value to that. But the next step in this is definitely an advisory committee to be established. Now, in that, when we first discussed impact fees, we were hoping that we could include water and sewer in that assessment, but we already charge new development impact fees or TAP fees. And so it's recommended not to include that in impact, but for us to go out with a bid so that we can reevaluate our current rate structure for new development for water and sewer. Thank you. All right. So according to the Georgia Development Impact Fee Act, prior to the adoption of a development impact fee ordinance, a municipality or county adopting an impact fee program shall establish a development impact fee advisory committee. Such committees should be composed of not less than 5, but no more than 10 members, appointed by the governing authority of the municipality or county. At least 50% of that membership should be representative from development, building, or real estate industries. If an existing planning commission or other existing committee that meets these requirements, they can serve as the Development Impact Fee Advisory Committee. The Development Impact Fee Advisory Committee shall serve in an advisory, capacity to assist and advise the governing body in an adoption of an ordinance. However, the committee shall be not considered as a prerequisite for the municipal or county action in adoption of an ordinance. And so who should be appointed? The builders, developers, engineers, mortgage bankers, regular bankers, and probably a city staff appointed. And so the council has a decision whether if you want to appoint one member per ward or 2 per ward, including the mayor, so that we don't meet the maximum amount of 10 people. We've already met and had our initial kickoff in August. The goal is to establish the advisory committee in September and to have our first meeting in October. So my request is for mayor and council to appoint members at the next few meetings that we have so that we can meet this deadline. It is probably going to take 11 to 12 months to change the ordinance, do several kickoff meetings, and propose changes to that ordinance and get approval from DCA.
Councilmember Butler.
How you doing, Mr. Rivera? So we already charge tap fees.
Yes.
So what do we need what's the point of this part?
So the issue with the tap fees is we haven't had a rate increase in 13 years. And so the goal here is it really is not meeting our long-term needs, but water and sewer rates will not be included in impact fees. We just need to present to mayor and council what our new recommendation is for water and sewer rates concerning new development. But in terms of new development, think about the added demand of police, fire on these services.
Let me interrupt you just so I understand. So you're looking for us to meet this legal requirement so that we can increase our impact fees for water and sewer, for tap fees?
No, this is not just water. This is not, water and sewer is not included. Police, fire, 911, parks and rec, and roads.
Oh,
And so anyone who wants to build a house, if they want to build a shopping mall or an industrial facility, you have to think in terms of monetizing that impact on our services. And so most residents now, you are actually paying for that impact of new development. They're not paying the cost of new development on our services. So if anyone wants to pull some type of permit with the city, once we've established what those rates are, that's where the money is pushed. So maybe you want to fund extra police vehicles. Let's just say a new development may need extra vehicles, police or fire. You can utilize impact fees to offset those services instead of residents paying the cost for new development.
Thank you. Let me go to the city manager. What has been your experience with these impact fees in your other cities which you have
Well,
experienced?
they are necessary. Impact fees are necessary because the impacts to our roads, our park systems, these other police, public safety, we need to find a way to have others pay for these services. And this is one way of doing it. When you have people drive up and down your roads, that's an impact. It's not just your residents, but there are people that are traversing through your city or doing business here in your city. And so this is a way for us to actually provide services through another funding mechanism. So impact fees are unique. They are provided for in almost every jurisdiction I've worked in. And the impact fee study comprised of residents and business people, I think are a good mix of people to be on an advisory committee to give you guys guidance and advice. I would suspect that they would be more on the lower part of the impact fee recommendation. What I mean by that is those are the types of people you want on that committee because it lends credibility to what you're doing. It's not just a number of residents or people who would say, charge to business people, whatever. This actually has to be a science. So they will look at all the particulars of our department, the structure, what we spend, how much we pay people, and all that is figured into the study. So it's a scientific study that's done in order to support impact fees. You can't just say you're going to charge somebody impact fees at this amount. It's a study that takes place in order to get that number. So this is a good way of doing it. I think it's necessary.
Is there a bid for a vendor that does the study, or we've already selected that person?
We've already selected.
Yeah, I think it's a piggyback.
Yes, we selected, yes, over Savannah, city of Savannah. This company did Alpharetta, Johns Creek, I believe Sandy Springs, Milton, Rockdale County. And so they've already received their purchase order. Again, the next step is to initiate an advisory committee so that the process is fair, and we're considering all aspects of development. So whether you're in real estate, whether you're a banker, you're a developer, you have some say into this process and what the city decides and what we bring to mayor and council to adopt.
Now, you said that 50% of the board has to be of one of those professionals.
That's recommended, yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. That was going to be my question. You're looking for people who are in the business industry. So what if we select those and they don't want to do the impact fee? Because the impact fee is only going to be opposed to those who are coming in now to build to do new business, correct?
So they don't actually get to decide that.
No,
Who-
I'm just saying,
yeah.
what if that's when you're in the advisory committee and you have discussion and they say, well, we don't want to impose this amount or we don't want to do that amount.
The fee is off of the need of the consultant. He just brings them in so that maybe we're not looking at things one way. Of course, from a water and sewer perspective, I'm looking at more rates and things to install water and sewer lines. But the goal of the committee is to make sure that they have some buy-in. So what Ross and Associates will do, they will meet with each director and those divisions, and they're gonna look at their 10 to 20-year capital improvement plan. And based off of that plan, it's gonna assign a value to it. So it's not really based off of what they really want, but the goal is based off of a financial need.
So
The advisory committee,
wait.
let me just say something real quick. The advisory committee that you're referring to, it's a steering committee, okay? And what they do is help steer what the recommendation will ultimately be when it comes before the council. So the committee is a steering committee to try to steer the conversation into a recommendation for council.
Because and my next question was going to be, how long would the committee be in place? But if I'm not mistaken, the city just started doing impact fees maybe about 10 years ago, 11 years ago.
Yeah, so it's called tap fees.
The tap. Yeah.
Right, tap fees.
I remember when they actually started doing it, and they put the cost on as to what it is now. So it's not. So at the time, it was a need for that in that amount, but now it has grown and it's more could be required. And it would be based on new businesses coming into the city, not old business, just new business.
Correct.
And
New
this
development.
is a new fee that they're gonna occur. And I remember that well. Yeah, I remember when they implemented that tap fee. Yeah. And it was right around the time we got on council when it went into effect. So I don't have a problem with it, but the requirement is that it has to be a business owner, real estate.
No, so any type of builder, developer, engineer, mortgage banker. I mean, I would say if you're in the development industry, that would qualify for a great person to be appointed to the advisory
And
committee.
either we could do a joint appointment or do it separately.
It's for you to decide, yep.
Okay, now what if we appoint somebody who's already on a committee or something? Can they be appointed?
Doesn't say that, doesn't say that they
Okay.
can't be on another committee.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Ms. Echeverria, earlier when you were reading, can you go back to the slide that has the requirements for the board members? The makeup of the board, advisory committee, I should say.
Right there?
Okay, that's a Georgia statute, right?
Yes.
Okay, so my question was gonna be, did we have to use our boards and committee rules in order to do this? But since it's a statute, we won't have to do that. We just have to comply with this. Then the question becomes, so for DDA, we do one per ward, the mayor, and I think the city manager also has appointment on DDA, if I'm not mistaken. um, you know, these are highly technical areas. I know, but we've been having challenges with the Public Arts Commission because that too requires a level of experience. So there's one option. So one, we have to decide whether each person is going to do an appointment, because if we did that plus the city manager, that would be 10. Or if we're going to do one by ward, one per ward, the mayor and the city manager, which would give us 6. Guess we probably, but this isn't a voting committee, right? I don't know if
No, they're just
odd number matters.
advisory. Nope, it's just an
Okay.
advisory committee.
So those I think are the options, but to get people who are in development, building, or real estate industry, it doesn't require a resident. Does it require a residency? Municipality, at least 50% of municipal existing planning commission. Oh, our planning commission could do it. Or other existing committee that meets these requirements may serve. I don't know that we have 50% of the people on the planning and zoning commission though that are in development, building, or real estate. It might be our DDA if we look at those appointments.
Okay.
But council, we have to decide how we want to appoint. Do we want to do a whole new committee or assign it to an existing committee? If we assign it to an existing committee, 50% of the people on the committee have to have a development, building, or real estate industry experience. I think the DDA probably already meets that requirement. And then if we don't want to assign it to existing committee and create a new committee, do we want one per ward, the mayor and the city manager? I guess with that one per ward, and the mayor would give us an odd number of 5, or one per ward. That says not to exceed 10, so I guess they don't care about even or odd. One per ward, the mayor. No, one for each council member and the mayor and the city manager, which would give us 10. So those are the things that we should talk about for action on Monday, if we can take action on Monday, so they can stay on track with what they're doing. If we do that Monday, then that would give us a month to be able to try to identify people for those appointments so that they can meet in September or October. I can't remember what the goal was.
October.
So they can meet us. So that would give us August to October to identify people for these. So let me ask it this way. I don't see any lights yet. Do we want to try to identify an existing commission that can assume this responsibility?
I would rather try an existing commission because it's hard now trying to get people to serve on boards and commissions.
Any other feedback on that? Councilmember Ziegler?
Yes, ma'am. I would like for Mark Hardy to be on that. He's on the DDA, but I'm not sure that all of those people meet the qualifications.
Yeah, you got my appointees in real estate and development. I think there's another one. There's only about 5 of them. I think we probably get to 50% on that board. Yeah, I
Do
think
we have any people that, if we have people that can see both sides, I'm very agnostic to it.
Yeah, I think when I think about the boards and trying to get to 50%, the DDA one is a smaller board because it's one per ward, and they have to have those requirements. So I think we might end up with 50%, more than 50% on that board, existing appointments. Downtown Development Authority, Councilmember Ziegler.
Yeah, I was just about to say that I'm not sure if the DDA has struggled with quorum or anything like that. I'm not sure what the attendance is like, but if there is not an issue with people serving on multiple boards for this particular thing, then we could appoint those people who have the qualifications from the DDA while also appointing somebody who is not on the DDA that would be a good asset for this particular board. And for me, I feel like that, you know, I feel like that as council members, we probably get contacted by developers and real estate people, at least pretty often, at least I do. So I feel like that trying to find somebody who would have the qualifications wouldn't be that difficult in a month. You know, unlike the DDA, I think that it would be good to have something where each council member would be able to appoint somebody.
Yeah, I think those are good points. I'm just honestly concerned about developers. Developers generally don't like impact fees.
Just
And
50%. That's all. 50%.
I get it,
Yeah.
but like, you know, leaning into that community, while one, it would just be a recommendation, it would just be one voice. I'm not saying it's totally excluded. We have to, I think, find people who are going to be open and understand and not get on the board to promote their development interests. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
What I wanted to say about the DDA board is it's not filled. There still need to, I mean, I will be willing to go with the DDA board, but I don't think that, yeah, I don't think, is it full?
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Oh.
Because that's a downtown, I think that board would be more feasible for it. Don't you? And Doug Jones was on that board. I didn't know that much about that board meeting because they haven't had a meeting in this last year. So then. She's cute.
Madam Mayor.
We don't have a quorum.
All right, so looking at the list, the DDA, they have the joint appointments, and it looks like they are all appointed. Yeah. So I see Jeremy Farmer, Carl Simeon, Sarah Carson, Richard Dillard, Sonia Booker, Henry Adele, and Mark Hardy. So it is 2 from the city manager, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So that board already has 50%. So there is, if we decide to go with a board, there's that one that exists that I know. I think the other ones, we wouldn't be getting to the 50% in real estate or development. Not on BIDA, not on building authority. BIDA has 9. Do you have the current BIDA members?
How about the planning commission?
That's what I indicate, like when I saw planning commission, but I don't think 50% of them are in those areas. And no, 50% of them, 50% of that board isn't.
Downtown architectural review.
Who's on Biden?
All right, so the people that's on BIDA. I see Beth McMillan, Alexander Goddard, Gloria Speed, Falada James, Rory Moon, Helen Simmons, Stacy Dunson, and Archie Jermaine Wright.
It's 9 people on that board. That's not 50% in real estate. The other authority is the building authority, but I doubt very seriously that.
On BIDA, I know there's a number of real estate.
We just
jobs.
went through BIDA. It's not, you'd have to have 5. It's not 5.
Okay.
So I'm hearing that it is about 5 real estate professionals on the body board.
You're hearing from whom? Like she just read the names. So go through the names again.
Hold on, let me make sure. We have 5. Hold on.
Again, too. Miss Echeverria.
Yeah. Give me a second. There is 5 on body alone.
Or on DDA, but there are fewer people on DDA.
Should we just close this one? Can we close this one just in case? That's it. Right here.
All right, so BIDA, I see Beth McMillan, Alexander Goddard, Gloria Speed, Falada James, Rory Moon, Helen Simmons, Stacy Dunson, and Archie Jermaine Wright. Yeah, this is BIDA. Oh, yeah, I didn't see that one, but we can add it.
So existing boards are DDA and BIDA. Then the other option that was suggested is each person appointing one person, and then the city manager appointing one, which would get us to the potential 10. I guess it'd be 9 now. So what does council want to do? I would recommend DDA if we're going with an existing board. Okay, not all at once. deal with this on Monday? Because it's getting late, so,
Let's deal with it on Monday.
okay.
I was just gonna say, go with DDA.
I-
Because
I-
there are some on there who have real estate background.
I agree with DDA. If that's the
DDA.
will of council, that's fine with me too.
Yeah.
So that's 2 for DDA. We need 3 more for DDA.
Should we make sure that the people on DDA want to assume this other responsibility?
Guess that's a good point. But that delays us quite a bit. When are the next DDA and BIDA meetings?
The next BIDA meeting is this Thursday, but I'm not sure about DDA.
Let's just appoint people then. If that's gonna take too long, when did you need this done by? You need it done by Monday, right?
Want to be able to select the committee by September and to have our first meeting in October.
Oh, okay.
So we have time. We have time to ask the people on DDA, do they want to serve on this advisory committee?
So we have time to ask them, but we also need to make appointments. So what we can do is, at the first meeting in September.
So DDA meet August 21st.
So at the first meeting in September, we can get a report back on DDA and BIDA as existing. Huh? I can't hear. Oh, yeah, I mean, there was an objection DDA, so response back. I mean, we could have a response back. Oh, they meet on August 21st. Our last meeting is August 19th. So, there are fewer members. I guess they could be called. Who's the staff liaison for DDA?
Economic development, I think.
Economic development on Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, I believe it's Ms. Appleby, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
So maybe if Ms. Appleby and Ms. Echevarria, Mr. Brown could get together and call the BIDA members, DDA members, to see their interest in serving, and let us know. Oh yeah, Monday is gonna be the 19th. I'm behind. Yeah, let us know Monday. Okay. So put that on the agenda as an agenda item, Madam Deputy City Clerk. Okay, 13, I'm sorry, we taking too long. Cadre educational sessions. And so we have Andrew Hale, who's been patiently sitting here tonight. I didn't indicate that I was gonna invite him up, but I am gonna invite you up because we had a presentation from Cadre maybe a month ago. June, wow, it's almost 2 months, wow. About the great work that Cadre does, and they are moving forward with their work, but are in need of a venue or location for educational sessions. And so I indicated I would bring them back to council to share the work and the educational sessions that they're planning, to see if council would approve them using the city annex, or a city facility, the annex or the rec center, for their upcoming educational session. So, Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and honorable city council members. Cadre is working diligently on the village to serve East Point 55 and over. And one of the first things that we've decided to endeavor to do is hold a series of events for empowering and enriching the residents. So we have 3 presenters presently lined up, and we have dates. Current dates we're looking at are Saturdays. So we have someone who's involved in producing the AJC, Aging in Atlanta publications, and they also have seminars throughout the metro area. And she has her pulse on real lives of those 55 and up, and her presentation will help to combat some existing ageist perceptions of older adults. Our other presenter runs a company that does accessibility upgrades for homeowners. And the presentation would deal with adapting homes so they can be more accessible for anyone who might be physically challenged or who could become physically challenged. The next presenter is with the Home Repair Fraud Prevention. She is a home repair fraud prevention expert, and her organization, National Alliance Against Home Repair Fraud, her presentation would help prepare the audience with tools that they could use to avoid becoming victims of frauds and schemes in the renovation and construction industry. We're working all the other presentations. Some would be for people who are not homeowners, so tenants' rights. Other topics of interest to empower and enrich the population would be inviting the Fuqua Center for Late Life Depression, whose message would be depression is not a normal part of aging and it's treatable. Georgia Watch to do financial protection. And also other specialists in legal and financial arenas. And we plan to develop a resource fair later, hopefully before January. And then we are also going to kick off some training so that we can equip volunteers to provide phone reassurance and home visitation for those who need that extra oversight, not oversight, but check-in. So I'll leave it at that and entertain any questions.
What are the initial 3 dates you had in mind? I think
The 3 days that these presenters have agreed to are August 24th, September 7th, and September 14th. Those are Saturdays.
So August 24th is the third annual Health Equity Summit.
Ow.
And so how long are the sessions?
That presenter indicated she would prefer 1 hour. The others we're looking at 2 hours.
So we could potentially talk to Morehouse School of Medicine about how that might, whether or not there's room in the program for that, but I know that day. I think they'll be here at the City Hall, but it'll just be two competing. I think you'll be targeting the same population of people. Councilmember Butler.
It's good to see you and thank you for the presentation. Your work was very thorough.
Thank you.
I won't be available on September 13th. I mean, on the 14th. So I would like to participate if there's an option in that day. But I just wanted to give the comment. I thought the work was very thorough.
Thank you.
Yes.
And these are tentative dates. If we need to rework them, we could ask the presenters about their availability.
That was going to be my question because one is on September the 7th.
So I think the good thing is there's a desire from council to participate and be in attendance. I think if maybe we can do an MOU with Cadre to approve use of city facilities for educational sessions and place that on the consent agenda and then let them and staff coordinate in around like events that are already scheduled and things of that nature and what could be used. I think that would be helpful. And it sounds like you're looking at programming through at least a year. And so maybe we could do a MOU for them to present the educational services or sessions at city buildings and let them work with legal to work out that language and then not necessarily put the hard dates in there. And we could put like the topics that you have in mind as a part of it, like covering various topics, including and list the ones that you already know. Is council okay with that? Yeah. So what this means, Mr. Hill, is that Ms. Attorney Wiggins is going to work with you on an MOU for our consent agenda on Monday, this week. And she will share her information with you. And then once that is approved by council, it will just be a matter of coordinating scheduling. So for the annex, I think the city clerk's office manages the calendar for the city annex. Is that correct, Ms. Hardy?
Yes, that's correct.
And then the other facility potential might be the rec center, but that would be our Parks and Rec staff, but it could be general as to city facilities. And yeah. All right.
Thank you very much.
So she'll work together, and then, I mean, once it's on the consent agenda, you can come if you like, but if not, if we're just gonna, it's gonna be very uneventful when we get to that item. We'll approve, looks like about 20 items at the same time. So I can let you know that it's approved and who to contact.
Thank you. May I hand her a piece with my contact details?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that goes on consent. 23, zoning application 1910 Phillips Avenue. Mr. Brown?
Yes, we'll have to get the staff ready. First, Mr. Smith, Ms. Smith, and Mr. Kelly come up and update the council on the item. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The zoning application before you this evening is 1910 Phillips Avenue, case number 2023 RZ-003-12. The applicant BRG Consulting. The current zoning is R1A. The applicant is requesting to rezone the property from R1A Urban Residential District to R3 Multifamily District to develop a new multifamily residential building. The applicant is also seeking a concurrent variance for relief from section 10-2065 E and D, the rear yard setback, to reduce the 25-foot development standards to 16 feet, 8 inches to utilize the existing foundation. Current zoning map is R1A. The future land use map is redevelopment neighborhood. The future planning in this area will improve housing conditions and reduce the number of vacant homes and lots. These neighborhoods will include an assortment of housing types, such as single-family and two-family developments. The redevelopment neighborhood is the actual future land use. This is a copy of the actual site plan, the proposed site plan. The applicant is requesting the property from R1A to R3. Staff recommends approval of the rezoning petition to change zoning from R1A Urban Residential to R3 Multifamily District. Staff also recommends the following condition: that all city code of ordinances such as zoning development standards are adhered to, including but not limited to landscaping, buffers, density requirements, as stated in the comprehensive plan. And I believe the applicant, Ms. Whitman.
This has been before us before.
That's correct.
So
Yes, ma'am.
are there any updates on the concerns we had from staff? Has staff talked with applicant about any updates on the concerns we had?
It was staff's understanding that the applicant was to come back before council to address the concerns. That was our understanding of it.
Maybe.
This was deferred, Madam Mayor, from the previous. Was the applicant asked for deferral?
It was deferred for them to communicate, to come back with the
With the
number.
neighborhood.
There were a number of concerns shared. That's why it was deferred. Like, so, but it sounds like there hasn't been communication with staff and between staff and the applicant. So I'm not sure. That was the purpose of the deferral. I could be wrong, but I thought that the purpose of the deferral was to bring back information.
Yeah.
Talk with the community, bring back pictures, share information.
The applicant has a presentation.
Okay. I just,
Can I say something? Is it ordered already? Okay, yeah, she was supposed to meet with the community on, when were their meeting, Tuesday, Wednesday? Which I attended, and she was not there. She sent the video. I don't know for what reason, but there was a video that was sent. But I didn't look at it, so my intent was to ask the community, the neighborhood, how they felt. What is it that they wanted, but I didn't ask because she wasn't there.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you for all of the wonderful business that you do running the city. People that, some people couldn't make it. So I admire you all for the business that you do. To update you on the matters of community engagement was one of the matters. Affordability was another matter. And I actually have some comments back from the engagement that has been done. So I'll skip us. Design was also another matter. So I'll actually start at the community engagement timeline. This application has been before community since December and January to start with. There's a number of engagement measures that go into the application process. It's a 16-part application. Part of that is sending out the postcards, which was done twice, the newspaper advertisements, posting on the yard, all of those are points in which we have been touching base with the community, as well as, I said the meetings in January. Now, at this point, I wasn't able to attend the meeting on the 7th. Thank you so much for making sure there's accountability there. However, I have talked to a number of residents by knocking doors between July and August. I talked to 2 residents that are on Center Park Avenue adjacent to the property. I've talked to a resident that is around the corner. She participates in the neighborhood association. And I've talked to the president of the neighborhood association. What we decided is it could be helpful because the neighborhood associated meetings like this one can run so tight and late into the evening that I would record a video at length where I could go through all the details, explain the design considerations that we have at this point, and open it up for question and comment. The neighborhood president is allowing me to request a special meeting of the Center Park Neighbors Association for people to dive into this particular conversation about the design, any comments they have. So that's where we stand with the community engagement to date and comments from the neighbors. Would you like to hear comments from the neighbors that I've spoke to?
What's the date of the meeting that you're going to in Center Park?
I don't have a date yet. It's a special call meeting.
Okay, but so one of the things that we were looking for was, or that was indicated at the last meeting, is that there would be a meeting with the neighborhood. So you're saying you all are working on a date for that right now?
It was requested that I touch base 2 times. A meeting wasn't asked for specifically, or was it? But I've already knocked doors, so this would be the second time that we're meeting since our last session in July. I don't have the date as of
Second
yet.
time, so on your timeline, I'm city council, door-to-door engagement, you're talking about the 3 people you talked to? The president, a member,
Correct.
and something?
The president, another association member, I can provide their names
But
via
it was-
email,
It was 3, right?
at least, yes.
No, I'm going by what you shared with me, share with us, so you.
So I
said-
door knocked 2 on Center Avenue and 1 that wasn't on Center Avenue. I'm forgetting the name of the street.
Okay.
The
so-
other conversations weren't face-to-face.
So that's 3. And then the neighborhood meeting on August 7th, you said you weren't able to be there because people work. So the one that's coming up, you don't have a date for that one yet?
Not yet, because there's a holiday at the beginning of the month.
Okay. Anything else you want to share? You said community engagement, affordability, and design.
And design. The design that would make most sense from the conversation that we've had in the work session, as well as some comments from neighbors, would be the duplex design, having 2 duplexes sit on the lot side by side. So you have a total of 4 units. And this is the example that I shared before of just what the front of that building looks like. There were requests to see the design. I can go through that. I can also send out an email. It might be a better use of your time from the. The side profile of the building, the zoning requires, or limits rather, a maximum of 35 to 40 feet in height. So this would be the elevation on the side. This image shows the floor plans, starting with the first floor, where parking is underneath on the left side. It is a duplex, so the wall in between and the 2 staircases is what you're seeing on the shared wall. The first floor is where kitchen, the living area, dining area are. The second floor is where the bedrooms are. Excuse me, it's difficult for me to see all of the markings on it. But the second floor is where the bedrooms and bathrooms are. There are covered decks on the rear at both levels. The front, where you see the stairs, is leading from the street, Phillips Avenue, onto the covered porch on the first floor. The side profile, and it's more so a cut, so you're looking inside of the building. Again, stairs leading to the first floor from outside. Inside, once you're inside the parking garage, you can access the main living area from the stairs inside of the parking garage. Affordability was a question last work session. What we've done is look at a market analysis of homes within a 2-mile radius of 1910 Phillips. What we found when we looked at rents, we also looked at sale prices, is a range minimum rental rate per month at $1,200 up to $5,500 was the highest rent. And we're looking for comparable 2 beds and 1 baths, 2 beds and 2 baths, 3 beds and 2 baths. These are the floor plans that we looked at. So it's not exactly apples to apples. It's giving you an idea of what comparable options there are in the 2-mile radius. Same thing, the market analysis with a 2-mile radius around the property. The minimum for sale price we saw, and this is looking at a floor plan of 850 square feet to 1,700 square feet. We found homes that sold from 179,900 up to 420,000. When it comes to our measures of affordability, there's a couple of things to consider. One, it is very difficult to create affordable housing or housing affordability without subsidy. So let me say that. One of the principles that the development team is following is the principle of providing missing middle housing creates affordability in terms of the spectrum of affordability. You have low income and affordable price points for different parts of the population. So even providing housing that is a different typology is infill, can create some natural benefit to the neighborhood. So having this typology of being slightly dense instead of having the multifamily creates a lower price point by having a lower square footage when compared to other housing stock in the 2-mile radius. And when we looked at what options there might be to subsidize and create deeper affordability, we looked at 2 options. We looked at the local authority in their choice voucher program and potentially accepting that, and also the state of Georgia and their Department of Community Affairs and the housing tax credit, which is more, it's helpful when you have a denser project. And that would bring us back to the timeline and any questions there were about the neighborhood engagement.
So at this point, what are you asking? You indicated that there's a meeting, but you don't have a date with the community yet. You talked to 3 people in the neighborhood. Are you asking that we place this on the agenda for vote on Monday, or that it come back next month?
I would like for it to be heard on Monday. If there's support, it sounds like there might not be. I'm not sure. Are we able to talk about that during this work session, or is that remaining for next Monday?
I don't see anybody with their lights on, so it means that council doesn't really have any comments. I'm asking you what you desire so we can know how to move this forward. Council member Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. Much more thorough this time. We kind of see some stuff that's going on. Question, the building that was there prior to, is that building still there? I think that was a multi-unit apartment. Looks like maybe a 6 or 8 unit, or it's been torn down?
The building that was shown in the first slide has been torn down.
Okay, and I'm just I just pulled it up on Google Maps and I'm looking at it.
Okay.
So about how many houses are on Phillips, that area? I mean, because I don't know how current this is that they have on.
That's a great question. That portion of Phillips is a very short, it would end almost in a cul-de-sac if a cul-de-sac was there. There are 4 units that exist. All of them are multi-units. So there are 2 duplexes across the street to the north. That would be 4 units. Adjacent to Phillips, 1910 is a single family. That's a 5th unit, and then a quadruplex. So that's 9 units.
Okay, so there are some multifamily units that are there. Okay, that's what I need to know. Thank you. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, can you come and answer this question? Move to the side. Ms. Smith, this is a rezoning, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the current zoning for this item?
The current zoning is R1A.
So if for some reason it remains that, then what goes in that place?
Single family residential.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. So, we just had the economic development team up here, and they had talked about how we need density housing in order for us to get things like food halls and, really turn around our industrial areas, things like that. So, when it comes to the actual zoning, which is what is really at the heart of this conversation, it sounds like something that we should be doing because it's what's going to get us to our long-term goals with economic development and, adaptive reuse of some of our challenging areas.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Mayor. Was this the previous picture looked like it was already multifamily, and maybe it's just zoned incorrectly?
The previous land use was a multifamily unit.
But
and
it was zoned
demolished.
It was zoned R1, but it was
That's correct.
multifamily.
It was zoned R1A.
And so what the young lady proposes is to put how many? 4. She wants to put 4 duplexes or two duplexes. Could you go to your slide to show us what you guys approved and the conditions?
What our recommendation. The recommendation. Yeah. So staff and planning commission recommended approval from the R1A urban residential to R3 multifamily.
And they include I think she had some variances she wanted approved also. Is that in here too? Like rear set aside or something like that?
I'm sorry.
Did she not request a rear yard setback? So you guys approved that too?
The setback variance that was initially proposed, she didn't need it.
Oh, she didn't need it?
Correct.
Okay.
So it's just a rezoning petition without any variances associated with it.
If there's something that I don't see, I mean, it seems pretty straightforward. I don't see why. Is there something I don't know? It looks like it was a multifamily. She wants to go back and put 4 units back where it was. And then the other property was just zoned R1, but it was multifamily at the same time.
That's correct. I think what the issue or concern may be is that when rezonings typically come before council, there's a little bit more detail of exactly what's going to be presented versus this particular application was lacking in that area.
So did she satisfy what was lacking?
Where staff made up for that, where staff made up for what was lacking in a typical petition that comes before us, the recommendation and the condition that we set forth basically states that all city code ordinances, such as the zoning development standards, are adhered to include but not limited to landscape buffer density, as well as the stated comprehensive plan. So we cover ourselves in that way. So when it comes through back for development, that all of the zoning categories and development standards are adhered to. Because typically that information is provided in advance.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Martin, right?
Yes, thank you. And I just have a couple of questions. And the first one is, how many houses? Because I don't know. I feel some kind of way when we start getting into rezoning, because it clearly states that this is, what was this first? Single family home use? Can you go back?
This lot had a multifamily unit on it. I believe it was 4 units. It became disrepair to a point where it was demolished. The zoning on the property, however, was R1A, which is our single family residential
Right.
zoning classification. It allows multifamily with a special use permit. If you want to do a duplex, you can get one through an administrative permit. But as it was standing, it was considered a legal non-conforming use because the land use was multifamily, the zoning was single family. So that particular use would have been allowed until it was there no longer. So any zoning that comes forth or any land use that was presented to be developed on that property would have to come into compliance with the current zoning, which was the single family. So in order for an applicant or property owner to put what was there before, they have to go back through the rezoning process.
Okay, so how many single family homes could go on this property?
For single family, I believe from the redevelopment neighborhood, it's 2 to 4 units. Let me check. It's 4 to 8 units per acre.
In this space, 4 to 8 houses, single-family homes could go? Is that what you're saying?
It's per acre. We'll have to look at the size of the units to break it down.
Yeah.
This property is approximately a half acre, so that would be 2 max.
So 2 max houses could go, single-family homes could go on this lot. Okay, all right, so I'm glad that the young lady came back and did her presentation, but my only reservation with this is you talked to 3 people and there's an upcoming special call meeting for additional residents in the community. Is that what I heard her say in the presentation? Is
I
that what
believe
heard?
so. That's what she
So
said.
I would like to wait until everyone is heard from in that community, but then oftentimes that doesn't make a difference because a couple of weeks ago, an entire community filled this room and some people still voted against the community. But I would like to give the people that are surrounding this area an opportunity for you to hear their voices and just gather a tad bit more information from the residents that are going to be affected by this development. I think that's fair because you said you heard from 3 people, right? That's not enough. Just want to make sure all, what is it, cut once, measure twice? I think that's what the saying is. Just want to give you the opportunity to be successful, but I think that you need to hear from more people in that community.
Councilmember Butler.
Yes, ma'am. If I can help my colleague, it looks like from what I've observed, all the properties on that street are duplexes. So there are no single-family homes on that street. Is that correct?
There are a couple of single-family homes. There are also some duplexes. There's an apartment that has maybe 8 or 9 units in it. It's located on a peculiar street. It's kind of short and at the end and really next door to this property to the east, it's undeveloped. It's like an undeveloped cul-de-sac type of property. So it's a mixture of land uses.
Right, okay. And what I saw on the Google Maps, it just appears to be like this new development will be an improvement in that area because it looks like, I don't know, would you not say it? Because the duplexes that I see on the map look like they were probably constructed in the 1950s. They're single story, red brick in the front. So this would be new development on that property or in that area?
It would be new development, yes.
Okay. Hopefully that helps my colleague.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question, how many, you did actually send out, how many postcards did you send out to the community?
I'm sorry, will you repeat the last part?
How many
200.
postcards did you send out to the community?
At least 200.
At least 200. And how many meetings have you had with the community? You did.
Formal meetings would be 2. And again, part of it
The
is
last
because
one- The last one, you didn't show up. You
Correct.
weren't at. The first meeting, how many residents attended that meeting?
the first meeting, how many residents?
Yeah, about just average.
It would be less than 20, maybe like 15.
Okay, and then the second one, Councilmember Shropshire, how many were at that one? The
Hmm?
meeting? How many went to the meeting the one that she didn't attend?
Well, their meeting is on, so they do in-person meeting and Zoom meetings. There was a couple of people there in person, and then there were people there on Zoom.
Okay. And you said that they're going to get back with you to let you know when they can do a special call meeting for,
Correct.
and this is to, so is this village, is this in Center Park? This is
It's
in
in
Center
Center
Park?
Park.
meeting? Okay. Well, hopefully you'll get a good, a decent turnout for this meeting. But I mean,
Yeah.
it's not- I mean, I know if you're sending out 200 cards and, I mean, we can't, if they don't show up for the meeting, I mean, I understand, I understand, but it's an area that looks like it has a little bit of everything there. There's some duplexes, there's an apartment building there. What you want to do is to put 2 duplex units there. And I think this style is a little bit more kind of in sync. It looks more house-like as opposed to the contemporary that a lot of people are doing now. So I mean, I don't see a problem with it. I think hopefully you'll get some positive feedback from the community. And hopefully you'll get that before we reconvene so we can sort of wrap this up and figure out what it is that we're going to do with this.
Thank you.
I yield.
Councilmember Shropshire.
I'll yield.
Councilmember Ziegler.
So I was at the meeting where you had presented to Center Park. And I mean, it was a while ago, so I don't remember how many people were in person or online, but I do know that you were there and that you presented. But, that's kind of neither here nor there now because it sounds like people want you to do another one, which is, I guess, okay. But, the thing is that there was a development already on this piece of property that was very similar to yours. And we're really just kind of looking at the rezoning piece. And again, with what we heard earlier tonight with economic development, that we need more density housing. You're going to do it affordable with the missing middle, which is again economic drivers in the city. So as far as everything that I have seen so far, I don't see anything that I can really quibble with. Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. Yes, we need more density, but we need the right quality that's going to go in and fit in with the neighborhood and the community. And I know when we were here at the last meeting, and I did not attend the meeting where she was at, but I do know Center Park borders 2 wards, A and B. So I feel if there needs to be another meeting to get the engagement of the community, then it should happen. That's exactly what we were told. That was one of the reasons why the meeting was deferred, because when it was presented to us, there was no plan. There was no site. We didn't know what it would look like. And we had questions and asked, have the community saw the site plan of what it would look like? And so now we have a site plan of what it would look like, but still 3 people in the neighborhood can't speak for the whole neighborhood, because at the end of the day, there are people who actually have to live by this, that actually live on this street. So people on other streets can't decide what they feel should go in where somebody else live, and somebody else have to look at it. So if you want to put it on the agenda for Monday, you can. I mean,
Yeah, I think we need whatever happens to what happens. It's just interesting how inconsistent we are about community engagement. And the fact that when this was presented to the community in December or January, based on her timeline, she didn't have any designs or any idea of what. So the community hasn't seen what we've seen tonight because this was developed after the last meeting. So there has been no conversation with the community around this. And I just think we need to be consistent. And when we talk about community engagement, because I think that gets community confused as to what we really mean or what our commitments really are. And so, again, I'm gonna ask the applicant, what, you know, at this point, you can put it on it can go on the agenda for Monday the 19th to be voted on by council, or the meeting that you weren't able to attend on August 7th, but you said the community is already working on having a special call meeting, so there's anticipation that they're gonna have community input, or at least see what you're presenting before it's voted on by council, but it's on you. Do you want to go on August 19th, Monday?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, for offering
I'm
me
still
that.
speaking.
Oh, I apologize.
Do you want to go on August 19th on Monday? Or I guess it would be the September, what's the first meeting in September? No, we have Labor Day. So it's probably that Tuesday. So it's up to you, August 19th or September 3rd.
September 3rd would be fantastic if it pleases the Honorable Mayor and Council. And I will add that there are only 3 people living on Center Park, and I talked to 2 of them. So in terms of who would be next to it impacted by, I did want to make sure that I met the intention of having meaningful engagement, and I look forward to having a larger, more robust conversation with the rest of the Center Park neighbors.
Madam Deputy City Clerk, September 9th. We already had the public hearing on this, right? Okay, I'm sorry, not the 9th, September 3rd. All right, next up, item number 24, planning and zoning.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. In reference to this zoning petition known as 2024RZ-001-06, property is located at 0 Dunlap Avenue. This is a rezoning with concurrent variances. The applicant is Restore Consulting Group, LLC. Applicant Douglas Suber. The current zoning of the property is R1A, and the rezoning request is to rezone the property from R1A, Urban Residential District, to RT, Residential Townhome District, with a concurrent variance to increase the height and reduce the front and rear yard setbacks. The property, again, is located at 0 Dunlap Avenue and is known as parcel number 14-0063-0017-072-4. Again, the property is zoned R1A, which is our urban residential zoning district, single family. The proposal is for residential townhome. The future land use map for this area is redevelopment neighborhood. And some of the type of future planning in this area is single family, two family, and multifamily, assortment of housing types. Some of the typical zoning districts are R1, RL, which is our residential limited, R1A, which is our urban residential, and RT, residential townhouses, R2, multifamily, and R2 is our duplex, and then R3 is our multifamily. The use and scale in this redevelopment neighborhood area is 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre, which again includes single family, limited multifamily, duplexes, triplexes, quadruplexes, just a mixture of different types of residential uses. Typically, stories from 1 to 4, 1 to 3 stories. Use. This petition was initially submitted with 22 to 28 plus or minus new townhomes. It sits on approximately 1.3 acres. Since the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant submitted a revised site plan for 11 townhomes, reducing it by over 50%. There is a stream, a tributary stream that is located on site, which provided and required multiple stages of buffers. This particular site plan shows that the new proposed townhomes sit outside of the buffer area. This particular property also abuts Dunlap Avenue. There is a 22-foot drop from the Dunlap Avenue side in topography, which is why the applicant is asking for the variances. And in reference to access to the site, it's going to be on English Lane, which is a street that is located inside of the city of College Park. So the entrance would be in city of College Park. This is just a public notice signs that were posted off of English Lane. And that was our map, our calendar. The next slide was our calendar that we're going by in reference to this. And then for disclosure, Planning Commission at the July 11th meeting, well, excuse me, the Planning Commission at their July 18th meeting actually deferred the case. So they're going to go back to Planning Commission for their recommendation on this Thursday, which is August 15th. So I just wanted to disclose that.
Councilmember Butler.
Well, if they're going to go back to the commission, shouldn't we wait before and we make our decision after the commission? Shouldn't we?
On this week, so it'll be this Thursday, the 15th, which will be before our meeting the 19th, and I think we already advertised the public hearing.
That's correct, Matt. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is this the development that butts up to College Park?
Yes, it is.
Okay. But you're gonna bring this back, correct? Or did I just hear?
So it's bless you, July 18th, planning and zoning deferred it until August the 15th. So it'll go to them this week.
Okay.
And it's still
And
on
then it
our
comes-
agenda for public
Okay.
hearing on the 19th. And then we can make decisions on that. at that.
On the 19th
Mhm.
of this month?
Yeah, they already noticed it for public hearing. So it'll go back to planning and zoning though on Thursday. So we'll know on the 19th what planning
What-
and
what
zoning
to do,
recommended.
because I know I've gotten a call from one of the College Park council people about this.
Yep, I got a
Okay.
call from the mayor.
All right, thank you.
Councilman.
Yes, and when we talk about community engagement, I checked with the Center Park neighborhood, and this case has never gone to the neighborhood in Center Park. So, at least with the last application, with the last applicant, they went at least once, but these people, this applicant has not gone before and presented in front of the neighborhood. And I believe that it's this particular application that does have issues with it. There's stormwater issues, flooding because there's a creek on the property. There's issues with the entrance being on English Lane. Is there something I need to know?
No.
Okay. But because I know that there's been some issues on having the entrance be on English Lane with, 911, maybe not understanding where they need to go because they would have to go in College Park in order to access this area. So I know that there's multiple issues that need to still be worked out with before I think we can hear it. So thank you.
Councilmember Cummings?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question that I had was about the property, the actual structure it exists in East Point, but the entrance is it's in College Park, correct?
That's exactly right.
So how do we even navigate or work that? I mean, and I see all the other potential issues that they have, but how does that work with a property sitting somewhere in the entrance to it?
The applicant is actually here, and I know that he's had conversations with individuals at the city of College Park as well as within our different departments. So that may be a question that might be better served by the applicant. Lee, I don't know if you have any, yeah.
The applicant can come up.
Yeah.
And one other, well, I guess he can answer it in that matter. At Zero Dunlap, is there anything that's there now? Because when I pull it up, I see an apartment building, or is that a vacant lot now?
That is a vacant lot.
It is a vacant lot. So was this the green and red apartments that were there before, prior to?
There's nothing there. I walked the site twice.
It's something different. Okay, all right. So can you explain how that works with your entrance being in one city and the property?
How can I explain it? The entrance being on English Lane opposed to on Dunlop,
Yes.
due to the elevations,
Mm-hmm.
it would be feasible for the project to actually make sense if it had a different entrance.
Okay.
That's the only reason, well, that's one of the main reasons why it was chosen to be on the opposite side.
So the conversations that you've had with College Park thus far, are they,
They are, I'm sorry?
the conversation that you've had with College Park with regards to the access being in College Park, how is that working out so far?
So actually, I had a meeting on Friday
Mm-hmm.
with AB, which is an engineer over there, as well as last name is Cotton. So we came up with several alternatives for entrance. One of the things that, one of the most recent revisions and due to conversation that we had, we can have access coming off of West Ferris. That is actually the third option. It would require me to build out that street. It would not interfere with College Park. We sat in office for about 2 hours going over scenarios. I did present this current plan in front of him. Unfortunately, he gave me his honest opinion, which I truly respected. He told me about what would be a few of the issues that I would pretty much run into. As Councilwoman Ziegler she was speaking about, and on a side note, I have a lot of resolutions for a lot of the things that we've heard on the call. So as of, what's today, Monday? As of Friday afternoon after the meeting, the entrance will definitely be coming off of West Ferris. My goal is to build out that street. There is no access there currently. And we're going to make a successful project. It'll still be 100% East Point. College Park will not be involved. I have a lot of faith in this project. If you want, I would love to show you what I'm trying to do. There are a lot of challenges due to the elevations of the empty lot. And that's why I'm asking for the concurrent variances for that. I named, sorry, I named this property English Ivy because of all the English ivy that's wrapped around the trees on the property. When I walked the site, I did an ESA with a great company. The young lady, she was very knowledgeable and skilled. She worked at the zoo, Atlanta Zoo, and she kind of schooled me on the property. And that's where English Ivy came from. This is the entrance of English Ivy. Allow me to speak to you in depth about English Ivy. It's a fee simple townhome subdivision with homes consisting of 4 to 5 bedrooms and 3 and 3.5 bathrooms. These townhomes will have a basement, sky terrace, and a 2-car garage, and will range between 31 and 3,800 square feet. All the units will have HVAC installed, along with a 50-gallon electric water heater, sealed heating and cooling ducts, smart thermostats, LED lighting, vinyl window frames, energy efficient low E windows, PEX plumbing system, and weather stripping on all exterior doors. A 6x6 transformer pad will be installed on site. As a form of egress, permanent emergency fire escapes ladders will be installed at the time of construction. The exterior material of the homes will be a mixture of fiber cement and/or brick, known for durability, fire resistance, and low maintenance. The interior of the homes will have drywall throughout the dwellings with 10-foot ceilings. The flooring will have 7-inch LVP to give it a clean, finished look. The kitchen will have quartz countertops, stainless steel appliances, microwave, wall-mounted stainless steel oven, a 36-inch electric cooktop, a 36-inch stainless canopy wall-mounted hood, stainless steel undermount basin sink, dishwasher, faucets with a pull-down spray, LED recessed lighting, and a backsplash, and sleek modern cabinetry with upper crown molding. The owner suite will have a bathtub, quartz countertop, tiled walk-in shower, double vanity with tile flooring. The secondary suites will also include modern bath fixtures and faucets, shower and bathtub combination, quartz countertops, and tile flooring. There will be several amenities offered to the East Point residents of English Ivy. Some of the amenities will include a masonry wall surrounding the perimeter of the property, enhanced landscaping, benches, architectural lighting, fire pits, bike racks, underground stormwater detention facility, walking trail, playground, and a dog park. In terms of fire, in an event of an emergency, fire engines will be able to make the required 28-foot radius turn at the hammerhead, which is shown on a revised site plan. A fire hydrant will be installed between units 5 and 6. each each unit will be separated by a 2-hour firewall and will have NPT sprinkler systems, fire alarms, and carbon monoxide sensors installed. Utilities will be underground. These utilities will include sewer, water, electrical, cable, and internet. An underground stormwater facility will be built to prevent runoff from Dunlop Avenue onto English Lane. By building this facility underground, it will create additional green space for the community with amenities. Sanitation will have access to the trash area at the southeastern part of the site to haul off trash. And also there will be additional perpendicular parking for guests located next to Unit 11. East Point will be the municipality of first responders, which will include EMT, law enforcement, and the fire department. On July 31st, 2024, I spoke to Ms. Carr, who is the office manager and administrative assistant to Police Chief Sean Buchanan, and was told that East Point will be the first on scene in an event of an emergency, despite English Ivy's ingress and egress location, which is designated on English Lane. Due to the hardships of loss of buildable square footage from the 25-foot undisturbed buffer, the 25-foot impervious setback, the steep sloping and awkward shape of this parcel, I reduced the project from 20 units to 11 units. At this time, I am requesting front, rear, and height variances. The development standard states that a minimum front and rear yard is 10 feet. I'm requesting 5 for the front, 5 for the rear, and a lot frontage width of 25 feet. Along with the development standards state that a maximum building height shall not exceed 35 feet. I'm requesting 48, along with rooftop square footage for a sky terrace. Sorry?
The Sky Terrace.
Sky terrace.
It's 35, he's asking 48.
According to section 10-2068, the property owner, Restore Consulting Group LLC, will apply for a conservation easement, which will be dedicated to an HOA and a property management firm prior to the issuance of an LDP. The HOA fee per resident will be approximately $300 to $400 per month. These homes will debut at a starting price of mid to upper 500s and will incrementally increase. There will be 2 phases of construction. There will be an on-site agent with an office inside of model unit number 11 to assist with mortgage and insurance. Also, the model home will have a showroom for upgrades for new home buyers. At this time, I'm requesting the approval for rezoning 0 Dunlop Avenue from R1A to a proposed RT. My goal is to develop an outstanding project that the city of East Point can be proud of.
Councilmember Cummings, you got anything?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you for that thorough presentation. What's your name again?
Douglas Suber.
Say your last name.
Douglas Suber, S-U-B-E-R.
S-U-B-E-R?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Suber. Councilmember Martin.
Mr. Suber, you had me at crown molding. I mean, you had me at crown molding. You also had me at bike racks, the privacy wall, and also I see the gated entry. So this, I am thoroughly impressed, but I think what I'm most impressed with is the price point. But what this also shows is that you're a conscious developer. Sometimes people on council choose to support what they're going to support because they feel it's in the best interest without having enough information. But I mean, looking at these pictures, this is something any ward would be proud to have in it. By you being a conscious developer, you said you went from 20 homes on the lot to 11. To me, that shows some sort of grit, that shows some sort of consciousness about what you are actually bringing to this city. I mean, it looks amazing. I want to sign up and move here, but I can't. But it really looks good.
Thank you.
What I also wanted to say was I noticed that the dumpster is on the outside of the property. I don't know if that could be moved, but I understand why, because you want to keep the inside of the perimeter of the property clean. But I also want you, as you move forward in this process, just to be conscious of making sure your streets are wide enough and lighting, just lighting, illuminating the property. But I thoroughly enjoyed your presentation and I like what I'm seeing here. I also have another question for our director. Prior to Mr. Suber coming to the microphone, I heard a lot of issues that may have been wrong with this property and not a lack of community engagement. Now, I know as a resident of the community and living in East Point, the purple and green signs mean development is coming. Look at the sign, find out when those meetings are. How many meetings have been had in regards to the community input for this project?
The first meeting in reference to this project was the CCIM meeting. It was thoroughly, there were a lot of, it was like 20, 30 residents and participants on the call. It's done in the form of a Zoom call. So there was a lot of participation in reference with that. There was a lot of dialogue in reference to that with the concerns of the property. Some environmental, some dealing with the topo, some dealing with the entrances and so forth. Mr. Suber took the time to take down those concerns. And at the next meeting, which was our Planning Commission work session, there was another series of participants, probably in the 20s, 26, 23 people on the line. And so he took the opportunity to address the concerns from CZIM. And then again, at the Planning Commission meeting, the regular scheduled meeting, wherein it was deferred so additional concerns could be worked out. So we just had a work session last Thursday, came back to Planning Commission for the second time after the deferral. And so another series of concerns, revised site plan was submitted, and that's where the it went from 20 or so units to down to 11. And the development was proposed to be outside of any of the buffers at all with the underground detention. So a lot of thought has been put into it, and I believe that a lot of the concerns have been addressed. It's really hard to make everybody happy, but I think that an effort has been put forth.
It's also changing the entrance to the property to reflect how East Point, right? That's what I heard you say.
So yes, to answer your question, yes, I have actually 3 options at this point. I'll actually tell you what all 3, if you want to look at the site. So the unpopular, ingress entryway is what you actually see right now. That's on English Lane. That actually involves College Park, when we had the meeting, there was a lot of discussion. There was, I was made aware of a few other things. That was the least popular option. The second to least is actually on the roundabout at the top of the hill where you see the cars at on the right-hand side off of Dunlop Avenue. We didn't want any cars to actually come down in event of weather or anything like that and actually kind of have any issues on that side. Also, there's a hammerhead that's there. I had to work in a green space. So that option was the second to least favorite. What we actually did come up with is coming off of West Ferris. That way, it'll be 100% East Point. College Park would not be involved. I check all the bells and whistles in terms of neighborhood feedback from College Park. It does not interfere with English Lane. I would just have to move a few things around. And also I would have to eat the cost of building a street. But I'm going to live there, so I'm not really too worried about it. This is actually an investment, but also this is where I'm going to live. I'm actually going to live in a model home, which I would love to do that. That's my goal.
Let me let Councilmember Martin Rogers, are you done before I go to the city manager?
You're gonna live on property. Amazing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Brown?
Mr. Super, I heard you say conservation easement. Is that all the common area on this property? Because I heard you say fee simple. You said fee simple. So fee simple to me is each lot, there's lots on the property. It's not condominium form of ownership. Who's going to take care of the common area in and around the area? Because when you say conservation to me, that looks like green space and the stormwater pond, but I know it's underground. But
Correct.
tell me how does the common area, who controls that and how's that going to work?
So there will be, the property management firm will actually take care of that. That'll be built out into the funding. I have to get a little creative with that, but the way that I envision this being, it's going to be pretty low maintenance. What you're seeing right here is a lot of grass.
Yeah.
When you break it down, we'll have some cement fire pits, which is low maintenance. And the trees that are actually there, we're going to have to move a few, but my goal is not to remove any as much as I can. So I'll do my best to pretty much preserve as much as I can and maintain that property.
Looks good.
Councilmember Shropshire?
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I may have missed it. What is the price point for the, and you mentioned townhomes, right?
Correct.
What's the price point? What's the starting
Mid
price?
fives.
Okay. And my second question is, and it looks really, really nice.
Thank you.
We need the density in the area. We just had a presentation on that, and that is going to get us where we need to
Thank
be.
you. Yeah.
So my next question is, where, and I'm sure you've had developments in other areas.
I'm sorry. can
Have
repeat
you had developments in other areas? Or is this your first project?
Well, yes and no. So I was part of the, right before COVID, my history goes back before when the Quarry Yards situation where they were doing a lot of construction before our previous mayor turned it into a park. That was going to be, it was about 20 acre project. It was about $750 million project.
And where was that?
That was right before COVID happened.
Here?
Here in Atlanta.
In Atlanta?
Mhm.
What area?
Over by West Side.
West
You know
Side.
where Marietta and West Marietta
Yes.
intersect, where they built the West Side Park?
Over
And that
by the
was,
water
and then
treatment center.
Macquarie Yards, that
Yeah.
was part of
Okay.
what I was one of the developers on there.
Okay.
But it didn't happen because of COVID.
Because of COVID.
So I just kind of
Shifted and now you're.
shifted and, correct. So this is my project after that.
Okay, and in your talk with the the residents that's on Zoom that you're meeting with, and thank you for taking their concerns into consideration, because I'm big on residents' engagement, especially when it's anything that's gonna affect where they live and development that's coming into their area. So the concerns the concerns that they have are going down, because I know one of the concerns was the fact that the entrance was going to be in College Park, and now that's not happening. So how many entrances are you going to have that leads into this development?
How many what?
Entrance.
Oh, one.
Okay.
The fire code states that if there are more than 35 units, you have to have two entrances and exits. So I have under that.
Okay.
So it's only going to be one.
Okay. Okay. Right. Well, then that pretty much answers my question, and continue to work with the community. And thank you.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. A lot of the concerns that I received on the calls, which I took the time to actually call after call, the main concern was the flooding that's actually pre-existing. I spoke to actually College Park about that on Friday, just to kind of give them another heads up. But the majority of that was traffic. Just to kind of let you guys know now, they were concerned about the flooding. There was also the community was concerned if I was going to adjoin the streets from Vesta onto English Lane. They did not want that. I assured them that that was not my goal. I was not trying to connect two municipalities together. I was just simply trying to build out the street. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, did you have something? Or
No,
that was
it's
from
nice project.
Okay. Ms. Ziegler?
Yes, thank you. And I had attended the planning and zoning meeting. And so that's where I know that there were concerns that were left from that meeting. So it looks like you've done a lot of work since then. And I applaud you for that. Now, when it comes to like community engagement and things like that, for all rezoning, everybody goes through the same process as far as the CZIM meeting and then the Planning and Zoning Commission meetings, and then you come here. And thank you for listening to the residents who showed up to the CZIM and the Planning and Zoning meetings. That's what we do for all applicants, including the one that was before us earlier. And I just want to. Have you gone to the neighborhood association in Center Park?
I have not.
Okay, is that something that you would be open to?
Absolutely.
Because I think that it's only fair for everybody just to come at once to the neighborhood meetings. I feel like once is fine. I feel like more than that is a little bit too much. It sounds like that you've alleviated a lot of the residents concerned, and that you've been a good listener, and you've been able to work around certain things in order to accommodate people's concerns. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of negative engagement. So yeah,
I'm
yeah, I'm
sure.
definitely open to it.
Let me say thank you for showing up with a comprehensive design of what you're going to build. I think that's what distinguishes this one from the last one.
Thank you.
When it when it was presented to the neighborhood, nobody knew what was being built. But I think your design is very comprehensive. I think you have shown that you're listening. The mayor of College Park called me about the concern of the entrance on English Avenue. I think she and some residents from College Park attended the CZIM meeting. She said she might attend. I'm not sure if she did or not, but I think moving that and having the project solely be in East Point is helpful. I'm not sure what the remaining concerns are, but my question is, when you go to planning and zoning this Thursday, will you be presenting the plan that shows the street entrance from West Ferris? Or will you have that by Monday when it comes to council? Because I think you said as of Friday, so I know you changed these plans, I think, last week, but then as of Friday, you decided that the road, the ingress and egress would be on West Ferris on a road that you would pay to build out. When will you be able to have this updated? Even if it's a concept, right? I think
it's totally out of my control, because I had to outsource this. So,
but you're okay with a condition requiring that?
Oh, no, I'm not. Yeah, I'm totally okay with providing another render to show the ingress and egress from.
But you're saying you can't do that by Thursday or Monday. So what I'm asking, I'm assuming there's gonna be a condition that requires ingress and egress on West Ferris, whether you have the rendering or not.
Yeah, that's something that I have to discuss with planning and zoning and seeing.
Yeah, they're
exactly
nodding
what
their head, yes.
Yes.
You can't
so
see them.
I can't see them, yeah. So, yeah, we actually, had a few discussions, and I think, yeah, that's the path is, with least resistance, as they would say. So, and plus I can keep everything intact, keep everything home, and we don't have to go outside for anything.
So you mentioned mortgages. These will be, they're not, will there be a condominium
No,
of sorts, or will it be a homeowners association?
There'll be homes, HOA.
There'll be homeowners association and HOA, and so the common areas will be maintained by the dudes from the HOA.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, is there gonna be a requirement that it be owner occupied or?
Good question. I was asked that last week on Thursday. One of the members asked me if this is going to be an Airbnb situation. That is not my goal. That is not my goal, and I'm definitely going to have a clause in that to not have this in the Airbnb situation. So.
Yeah, because our ordinances do say that the HOA covenants pretty much dictate short-term rentals and all of that. Like we defer to those. So
yeah, this is definitely not it. This is not that type of place.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well, I don't see any other council members chimed in. Thank you for your patience tonight. This will have to be, we have to have a public hearing, so it'll be on the agenda for Monday for that. Council will decide at that time whether or not action will be taken. We'll be looking forward to getting information from the outcome of the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting again, commission meeting again this week on August 15th.
Correct.
And those recommendations as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Suber. All righty. Update on policing.
I don't think my speech would be as good as his. He had a lot going on with that. So, can you hear me? I can. I apologize. You guys, some of you are new. I am Captain Cabin, Penny Cabin. I am now over the jail. Been here 21 years. I'm speaking on behalf of Chief Buchanan. He is in a conference at this time. Can you hear me? Okay. So the first updating of policing that I'm going to enlighten you with, the school zone cameras. They pretty much did these in July. It is a 6-week process that's going on. In those school zones, that's going to be Paul D. West, Hamilton E. Holmes, Rise, that's on the Hogan Road side, and Hilliard, which is on Mount Olive. With that being said, again, those cameras would take 6 weeks to actually be installed. They were supposed to be done possibly about the middle of August, which we are now. The holdup that might have it is because of them testing out the cameras. And it's a couple of pieces of paperwork that needs to be signed off by the chief once it's completed. My next one would be the new call center that we now have. If you haven't seen it in East Point, it's upstairs. It's pretty nice. With that being said, it is completed about 90%. They are trying to, it will be, excuse me, 90% working, operational. However, in the middle of September, it should be completed. I can tell you this, the Eye on the Sky program has been a huge success already. All officers, supervisors, and managers have a 24-hour access to the camera. And I can tell you that pretty much a lot of our multiple felony cases have been solved with these cameras. They show really, really clear. The zoom in part of it is excellent. And it's like on time, like instant when it's happening. And it's also, you can rewind it if you need to. With that being said, the 90% is 90% working now. So September, we should be at 100%. The last one is going to be the squatter situation. So with that being said, possibly the city attorney might chime in on this one because they've been working hand in hand with the chief. They have had pretty much several meetings with it in reference to what's supposed to happen. Being that the chief now is at this conference, that is one of the big options, one of the big projects that he's going to work on. So with that being said, whatever knowledge or intel that he gets from here, he's doing his presentation for you guys next month in reference to the state laws that are now required for the squatters. I can tell you that the chief now has it's called a squatters response team. And that is pretty much responding to all law enforcement and to the new state law in reference to the squatters. With that being said, we also still have to have a meeting with Fulton County Magistrate Court in reference to documentation or prints. When I mean by prints, I mean by the notices they're gonna have and also the new ticketing. Again, if the city attorney wanna chime in on that one. No?
I can, but you're doing a great job.
Okay. Again, I just want you to ensure you that the reason for that situation is to make sure that we're in compliance. That'll be it. A couple of things that's on the agenda in reference to code enforcement and everything. I think I'm gonna speak on that one as well. So I don't know if you want me to continue to keep talking about it. Okay, so code enforcement, or really right now is still doing code sweeps, which is through all wards. We currently have 6 officers. That includes 5 officers and 1 supervisor. We have positions that are going to be open. The chief is going to open up additional 3. We are having a job fair, which is September the 6th. It's on our Friday at the Jefferson Recreation Center. And it's from 9 to 2 p.m. And that is going to definitely go for the code enforcement. We need detention officers. We need a couple more police officers. We are at our max, which is right now when we're allotted for the 114. However, you guys have extended to the 124, and that's what we're working on now. With that being said, of code enforcement, with those 6 officers, well, 5 officers and 1 supervisor, they are under the umbrella of special ops. So special ops has to be pretty much go hand in hand with them because code enforcement handles code enforcement violations, and sometimes it kind of merges over to the criminal part. And that's what causes for special operations to actually go hand in hand with code enforcement as well as special ops. I can tell you that they are now, when I say they, I mean code enforcement, have several complaints that they're actually working on. The chief was going to get with you, Ms. Shropshire, in reference to the things that he already had written down, and he said he has a one-on-one meeting with you that he thought he emailed you already and told you the things that would be coming up. He did not. I apologize because that's what he told me. Again, the lack of people that we have in code enforcement, our goal for September 6th is actually try to fill up those. We want an additional 3 spots because those complaints are really, really, what's the word I want to use, aggressive. And they're going to need people hitting the streets in reference to those complaints. Whew, okay. I think I pretty much got number 7 down for you guys. And also my number 5. I do have one more thing that I will enlighten you on, and this is going to be for number 18. And this is going to be the tactical, defensive tactic training classes. So with this being said, this class is given by, I don't want to mess the name up because it's martial arts. It's called JUCO and it's martial arts. And the cities that are having these, who are actually dealing with this martial arts that's doing well with it is Norcross Police, the city, I'm sorry, of Norcross, and Lawrenceville. We are going to piggyback off Lawrenceville, also their contract that they have. With this being said, many other police departments train in this, and this is called Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and some people do the abbreviation of BJJ. The purpose of this training is to reduce injuries to the officers and the people they arrest while they're trying to use of force. Raising officers' confidence in the ability to detain and to place a person in handcuffs when they are not compliant, reduce overall use of force. The studies show that the cost of training is a fraction of the cost of workers' comp or injuries for the officer, as well as liability costs to the department. I would like to enlighten you that I am over the jail. I've been over the jail since now April the 15th. And this training, from looking at some of the classes that they have presented, it's gonna help people, how can I explain it? My stature to actually be able to use these techniques to get someone as big as Captain Drake. Not saying I've done this before without this training, but I assure you that this will actually help out with the workers' comp. I'm sorry, Captain Drake. Yeah. So with this being said, I can tell you that the jail right now is 45% pretty much female. So I assure you that working for this, defensive tactics will work for the jail as well as policing. That will consist of my presentation.
Thank you for that thorough presentation. I know there was short-term rental. Were you thinking that police could update? I don't think so.
When I spoke with the chief, the last he was gonna check on the areas that I mentioned.
Okay.
We can wait till he come back because he didn't give an update.
Okay. So I put on September work session.
Okay, yeah.
And what about bank-owned housing?
That was the city manager that
Yes,
said he
and
had
so
that.
I can give you a really quick update.
No,
Okay.
hold
And I
on,
think
hold
you'll
on.
be
Let me
pleased.
get through this and then we'll go to that. Councilmember Butler.
I want to say thank you for your presentation. It was a good first presentation. We look forward to you coming back doing more.
Thank you.
Anything else, Councilwoman Shropshire? Thank you, Captain. You got promoted, right?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. You guys have a good night.
me too. Bank on Housing, Councilmember Shropshire, Mr. Brown.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Bank-owned housing, I've done some research, and I think when we first discussed this, I wasn't very clear on what you were asking for. We do have a mechanism in place. It's an ordinance that was adopted by the council several years ago. And it requires that any vacant residential building be registered at the city of East Point. There is so where we actually are supposed to keep detailed information on the mortgage company, contact information on them. And so that's one of the things that we're going to implement as soon as possible. There's been some confusion because in that particular ordinance, it has like a bifurcated responsibility. Public Works has got a responsibility in it, as well as planning and community development. And so that's something that I'm going to have to sit down and make sure that we get going. I think they may have started years ago, but there's a mechanism in place and we're going to implement that, and we'll start keeping that information be readily available to any member of the public, including yourself.
So here's my question. When you say in the responsibility, is Public Works supposed to clean the property?
It's got,
Because it sounds more like the blighted tax that we have, and that's for property that's in disrepair, where we have the blighted tax on.
Yes, ma'am.
And until they bring it back up to code standard, and that additional money goes for for code enforcement, Public Works, that they have to go and maintain the property. So those additional dollars go back to that department. So is it something like that?
Well, what you're speaking about, I'm very familiar with it. It's called the Community Redevelopment Tax Incentive Program, and it is the blight tax.
Yeah, that's what we have, the blight
and
tax.
that's separate from what
Okay,
I'm
so
talking
this
about.
is separate.
Yes,
So-
ma'am. It goes directly to your request about how do we get information on the folks that own these vacant residential buildings.
Mhm.
And so we are required under the code to do it. And I'll be working with staff to make sure that we get all that categorized in BSNA.
Okay.
computer
Okay.
system.
And see, that's a tool that we need to know, because like we have first responders who we could possibly talk to the bank to see if they could work out some finance for the housing, for first responders to be the top priority to move to the city. Nurses, doctors, teachers, that could move to the city. So it would be a help if we know who owns the property, because we could utilize it and do something with
Sure.
it. Thank you.
No problem. I would say once we roll it out, I have to sit down with these guys and we get specific about who does what, when, and then we'll give a report to the council.
So September work session for you to share it
Sure.
before it rolls out. I think it's
Absolutely.
okay.
Yeah. Welcome.
September work session, this code enforcement back in September. They're in the process of hiring. Short-term rental was September 9, 10, 11 is September 12. Deputy City Clerk, I'm moving to September work session based on the presentation. Hopefully they'll have information on the credit card piece. We did 13, 14. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you so much. I received a MOU from the Flint River Trail Comprehensive Transportation Plan. It's a memorandum of agreement with Clayton County, College Park, East Point, Hateville, and Aerotropolis. The MOA basically is to provide some framework for the entities I just named to have some cooperative and comprehensive planning and development of the Flint's comprehensive transportation plan. The MOA goes into the various responsibilities and organizational roles of each entity. ARC would have a part in this. I can go through the points in here on what their responsibilities will be, if you so want to hear. And then the partners, which we are considered a partner, along with the other cities, have some responsibilities as well. There's going to be an executive committee, a project management team, and out of all of this will come a project management plan for the entities to adhere to. The MOA is fine in its draft. I didn't see any issues with it. What's wrong? Oh,
Yeah.
yes, I'm getting to that. Yes. There is a financial responsibility for us. So the total is going to be for East Point, $15,000, which is 6% share of the total. There is a federal grant that's going to fund $1 million. The local match is the $250,000, and of the $250,000, we are responsible for $15,000. Likewise, College Park is $15,000, Hateville is $15,000. Clayton County has the lion's share of that at $200,000, and then Aerotropolis's portion is $5,000.
So council, this is Shannon James from Aerotropolis. I think they came in June to share this with us. This is connected to the Reconnecting Communities grant that we are a part of through ARC and the Regional Collaborative. That's $64.9 million, of which East Point will get $35 million. And they asked and shared the desire to go ahead and work on a comprehensive transportation plan for this project, so that when the money is allocated or received, I should say, funded, dispersed next year, we'll already have a plan in place to be ready to go ahead and execute. And so at that meeting, council indicated a willingness to enter into the MOA. And now they've shared that with legal for council's review and approval. And so the ask is that it go on the consent agenda for Monday. Any consent? All right. Credit card policy, consent agenda, Madam Deputy City Clerk. Credit card policy and travel policy. I'll let the city attorney open. I know she shared some information with us. Madam Chair.
Are you ready? So earlier today, you should have received drafts of the travel policy and credit card policy. Both of them, I know we've talked about it before. I will tell you that the credit card policy looks very familiar, as it is not much of a deviation from what we already have. But the conversation around it was that it didn't have any teeth to be able to quote unquote discipline those persons who are issued purchasing cards or credit cards when there's some type of violation. So you'll see in there, and I don't know if Madam Mayor, you want to share your screen with the draft so we can go through it. You want me to email it to you? No, they're two separate policies. But I think they appear together on the agenda. For the sake of time, I'm happy to continue until it kind of comes up. The credit card policy first. Okay. So there's an overview. Obviously, that's pretty generic. It just references the code section that requires us to have a policy for any card holders to sign and acknowledge receipt thereof. The purpose, again, I don't think it requires much explanation. It's simply to not only be in compliance with state laws, but to ensure that card holders.
Can you lean into the mic a little bit more?
Certainly.
Thank
To
you.
ensure that card holders follow the laws and recognize that city credit cards are not to be used for any personal use or for any use that would be outside of the policy. The scope. So here is an area that requires the city council's input. So the persons that would be issued a card, we would list those officials and employees here. Obviously, the mayor and council, the city manager, the city clerk. I do believe department heads have purchasing power with either a purchasing card or credit card. I left in red any staff, right? If there is anyone beneath the department head level, we would want to name those staff persons here, or the category, not their names per se, but the category of employment that they occupy. You'll see a note that temporary, part-time, seasonal, volunteer, or interim employees would not be able to use the city's credit card. D, again, doesn't require much explanation. It's just that the Open Records Act applies to any purchases. Transaction limits. I have seen in other communities, they would require that there be a limit on how much one can spend per transaction, and then how much one can spend in a month. It's in red because that's not something that was in our original policy, and so it will certainly require council's input on if that's something you want to implement here. The next section is about the restrictions, what you cannot use the card for. Again, a list of those things did appear in our previous policy, and then some things are added. You will note in that the travel policy that we're about to look at is something that you would have to adhere to when using your credit card to use it for travel. Next section is just about those things that you can. Obviously, it's a shorter section because there's no way to be able to list everything you can use it for, so long as those things are for city business. Lastly, about receipts, not lastly, I apologize. Next, it's receipts and documentation and the necessary requirement that those receipts, invoices, or any supporting documentation accompany that card. The obligations of the credit card holder, ensuring that they follow this policy with respect to spending, making sure that the card is never used by someone unauthorized, making sure that if it's lost or stolen, that they would notify the card administrator, which you'll see in I. We'll get to that next. But a list of all the things that the card holder will be required to do if issued the card. And again, this is a document that the card holder will have to acknowledge and sign. Designating a card administrator is an important point to ensure that someone is maintaining who has a card, who has signed the policy, who's keeping up with all of the moving pieces with respect to purchasing and credit cards. The accounting and auditing allows for there to be some checks and balances, some accountability with auditing the use of the government card. Violations. This is where there's been conversation in previous meetings about ensuring that there's some teeth with respect to violations. You'll see here that because you have elected officials, appointed officials, and employees who can all be users of the cards, you'll see the different ways one can be quote unquote disciplined for any potential violations, whether that be a warning, a suspension, or termination of those card privileges. If it's an employee, they can be disciplined. But if it's an appointed official, that person could have a breach or termination of their contract as an appointed official. If it's an elected appointed official, there could be an ethics complaint. Then there's the ability for prosecution and collection from the individual's check. Lastly, it's just the agreement where the cardholder would acknowledge receipt of this policy.
So help me understand, some of the stuff is in red and some of it is in black. Is this a whole new policy, and what's in red are the things that we need to decide, or like, is this a modification of our existing policy? I don't think this is a modification.
It's not, it's kind of, I took things from your existing policy and
Right.
just kept them. The things in red are things that were not in the existing policy that I would not feel comfortable making a decision on. That's something that certainly requires the city's input. So that's new language that will require you guys to have some consensus on.
So is the black combined language from our current policy and other things that you found?
And other things required by law, yes.
Other things required by law? Okay.
Yes. That
right.
really are pretty black and white, you know, what you can't use it on, those kind of things, I would imagine would not be controversial.
Mr. Brown, did you have something? Your light's on.
No, I didn't. I haven't reviewed this policy. I'm just seeing this the first time, actually.
We all learned. We got it today.
Okay, all right. I did see something in here, but I'll just wait.
Lights on right now. Yours is the only one that's on. Okay. Your microphone. Yeah, no, I think you're right with your mic is on.
Section 6, I guess it's maybe C6. It talks about authorized users shall not include temporary, part-time, seasonal, volunteer. I agree with that. I don't agree with the interim, but I do agree with the rest of them. There are instances, say again?
At a certain level, right? So like if it's an interim at the levels listed, right? But like what other interim, if it's not an interim department head,
yeah,
would those fall under part-time or temporary? Or what other interim people would we have?
Well, I know that we have a practice here, but there are instances where, you know, we do need to have someone that's on an interim, that's an employee of the city that is an interim. They should be able to have a credit card if the city manager says that person needs to be designated to have one. And I don't know who it is specifically, but there are instances where it is necessary and needed. And this having the interim employee in there, it could be a department director, but it could be a deputy director. It could be someone in the organization that needs one. I don't know who that is right now. And
yeah, I think the point of who we would include in any staff, like, so if there's any other staff levels that we think we should include, interim, I'm okay with removing interim because I think it generally refers to department heads. And if you're a permanent or interim, like if you're a department head, regardless of interim status, like, yes, right? But I'm trying to think of at the staff level, who would be interim that wouldn't be considered like a part-time or temporary or seasonal person.
Well, I haven't thought through that part
Okay,
of
yeah,
it.
and I don't think we're making decisions. We're not gonna approve it tonight. We're just
Okay.
having discussions.
All right.
So, I mean, I think if we think more through that, like which staff people, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll think through that part. I just know that we don't know what we don't know yet. And I don't want to say, yeah, that's fine. And then we create a mission failure because we didn't think through that. And I'd like for a city manager here in East Point to be able to have that authority to assign whoever he or she deems necessary or appropriate based on the needs of the organization without having to come back to the council.
So what about if number 6, instead of it saying any staff member designated by the city manager?
Yeah, and any staff was just a placeholder.
No,
so
I
we
know
can
that.
have the
No, that's what I'm
conversation.
saying. Like, maybe that's the any staff designated by the city manager, right? Because
Yeah,
the other ones are those that we could,
I don't have a problem with that either. I
Yeah.
mean, you guys can get as refined as you can. Just this interim part, let me have the ability to do it, or that's what I see. But it could be, you could refine it more. It was just that particular thing that stuck out.
yeah, I agree. Okay.
Yeah, I'm making changes as you guys talk. That's the point of the.
Yeah, so I don't think is there any objection to taking off interim employee and maybe considering for number 6, any staff member designated by the city manager? No objection. Okay. Council member, people had lights on and then they went out and I didn't see the order, but I see Councilmember Ziegler still in. Go ahead.
Thank you, Attorney Wiggins, for putting this credit card policy together. I do have a question. So, what happens when a council member cannot get a credit card? Because that has happened before. What would be the policy in the event that a council member cannot or doesn't want to get a credit card?
I'm not sure the circumstances of the cannot. If they are unwilling, obviously they don't have to, but if there were purchases that were made using their own money and they were pursuant to city business, right? I guess they can seek reimbursement from the city as opposed to using a P card or a credit card. I don't see anything wrong with declining the use of a city credit card and seeking reimbursement. I believe the city already has a process for that.
Okay, because I think what's happened before is that a council member didn't have a credit card and then used like Cash App to pay people and buy things, and then got reimbursement and then didn't have receipts for it.
So I'm not familiar with that instance, but what I do know is that receipts and documentation, it shouldn't matter how it's paid, whether it's on a credit card or whatever. Those things should be required in any process that you go through. So I think you're asking me to make some type of legal opinion on some facts as you've presented them. And I don't know if that's if there's no receipts, if there's no documentation to support that the money spent was for city business, right? Then you may have a potential issue. But the purpose of having policies is to capture what the process is. So if it's deviated from, you have rules and guidelines on what to do if that happens.
Okay, so if somebody on council cannot get a credit card or won't get a credit card, where in this policy would they look to see like how they should operate?
Well, it wouldn't be this policy. This is for folks that are getting one, right?
Okay.
So it would be something else.
Something else, okay. And also, maybe I would suggest adding in some language about like a little bit more about what is appropriate and what is not. Like, for example, paying people for services, because maybe that needs to go out for solicitation or something like that. versus just paying someone directly on a credit card.
I think the services kick in at 25,000. I don't think anybody up here has a $25,000 credit card limit.
Okay.
It's-
Well,
So
I mean, I understand what's going on, what we're trying to do, but I don't know that because we provide a very unique service here at the city. And what I do know is that if we write something that specific in, it could affect how we deliver services. For example, you know, it wouldn't be uncommon for like the fire department or the police department to go out and buy some baby milk or something, you know, something that just doesn't make sense until you get the justification on why they did it. You have to put it in context of what they actually, why they did it. So let's craft a policy. I have no qualms with it whatsoever, but I do know that there are purchases that are being made on credit cards now that if you looked at it without the justification, it would look like abuse or something like that. But we have to look at it that way. And I don't know how you write that, Laren, or how you interpret that, Councilmember, but I know what could happen if you guys legislate something like this, how it could create a problem for us. So.
Okay, I guess I'm not talking about like a firefighter going out and buying formula or anything like that. You know,
Yeah.
it's more like, you know, someone wanting to purchase or pay someone to do social media or something like that. I'm just kind of coming up with a hypothetical situation
Sure.
here, but you know, not like a firefighter going out to buy formula. You know, something
That was
that.
just my example. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to skirt that. I mean, but
I think you have to ensure there's no deviation from any other policies, right? Whether it be travel policy, procurement policy, or other policies that may govern purchases. If social media, using your example, is something that will require a contract or a competitive bidding, process, then there is a potential issue with another policy. And if you look at section N of F1N, sorry. It's, yes, F1N, purchases or transaction made with intent to circumvent the city purchasing policy, travels policy, transactional limits, or state law. I mean, you can list or any other policy of the city there to kind of encompass those issues.
Okay. And then something that, because I've looked at some other credit card policies and things like that. Something that I found was when you buy food or groceries or you have a meal, some credit card policies require that you say what meeting it's for, you provide the agenda, and also you provide later who attended that meeting. I think that would be appropriate to add into the credit card policy. I think that would alleviate a lot of concerns and things like that.
So you're asking for a process on when it's time to submit receipts.
Mm-hmm.
You're asking for something that has more
meat to
details as to, I guess, who was the beneficiaries of whatever that food purchase was, right?
Right.
So G requires receipts are required for all card transactions. Card holders shall provide receipts, invoices, and other supporting documentation. Supporting documentation shall include the supplier, merchant, quantity, description, unit price, total price. And maybe is that what you're asking for? Right. So the mayor just read the entire section. Is that sufficient for what you're asking?
I feel like it would be better if we explained it and put it in detail on what would be required. I I have seen it written out explicitly in other credit card policies to include what the meeting was, the agenda, and also the attendance of that meeting. Because otherwise, if we don't really explicitly explain what it is and we kind of leave it up to interpretation, that's where we kind of get into trouble.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but I think you probably should say i.e. or for example, because that might not be what's needed to explain an event. Like a meeting would have like the attendees and things of that nature. But if you say that's the only thing, there might be something that doesn't have those things. And so then what do you do? Right. So I think an explanation, i.e., right, and then we list like examples, but don't constrict it in a way that if there's something that happens that doesn't have those things, and they'll be like, well, this was sufficient, right? Like, and I don't think that's the intent. I think it's to make sure what it is, what it was for, right? Who was there, what was the purpose, but making that a for example would not restrict it so much that it ends up being a situation where you have something that doesn't meet that. Right? Like the more detailed we get without saying for including but not limited. You could say including but not limited to, right? Or for example, or something like that. So it gives an indication of those things that we definitely want to see if they exist. But if they don't, like we don't want the excuse that, well, we didn't have an agenda, or it wasn't, you know what I mean? Like these are the things that are including but not limiting to.
Sure. So for example, like I'm guessing just like an event, for example, like I don't know, Juneteenth, drag show, Wednesday night, whichever it is. There's no need to laugh. Okay. So civility pledge, please.
No, Rule 7, Madam Mayor. I'm not going to be bullied.
I have the floor, Rule 7, point of order, Rule 7. I have the order. I have the floor. I have the floor. Rule 7.
So members recognized. Every member prior to speaking or making a motion shall be recognized by the presiding officer and shall not proceed with his or her remarks until recognized and named by the chair. When two or more members request recognition, the presiding officer shall name the council member who is to speak first. Council members shall confine remarks to the subject under debate, avoiding personal comments directed at other members and or refraining from impugning the motives of any other council members' comments or votes. No council member may interrupt another council member except to rise, should be raised. Oh, rise to a point of order. That's what it is. It's late. So, Councilmember Ziegler was speaking. Councilmember Shropshire said Rule 7, and then Councilmember Ziegler said point of order. So, based on the rule, Councilmember Ziegler is speaking. I will I don't see any other council members in at the time. After Councilmember Ziegler speaks, I will go to Councilmember Shropshire, and any other council members that are in order. When the where is it? And council members shall not proceed with their remarks until recognized or named by the chair. And when two or more want to speak, I'll name the council member. So Councilmember Ziegler and then Councilmember Shropshire. You can stop sharing.
Yeah, so if there is a meeting then, and food is provided, then I think that it should be required that there is, that when the receipt is turned in, that it says what the meeting was for, what the agenda was of the meeting, and the attendance. I do understand, other circumstances, but I think that for that, that would alleviate a lot of concern because we do need to restore public trust. And I think that that is a great way to have a step in the right direction.
I placed, tried to capture what you've requested. I placed it in red because these are areas that are being added.
Sure.
Right. And so when it's time to vote or discuss this further, we'll know that that was, a change to the original draft.
Thank you.
So currently it says for food or meal purchases for meetings, supporting documentation shall not only include receipts and invoices, but shall include persons in attendance and topics discussed. A copy of the agenda may be provided.
And the like the meeting itself, like the actual meeting, like name what the meeting it was.
I put topics discussed. You want to, like the name of the meeting?
Yeah, like, is it a neighborhood meeting? Is it,
The type of meeting is
yeah,
what you're saying.
sure. Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did call for Rule 7 because I guess Carrie took it as something, and I'm not going to be bullied. That's all I have to say. I'm not going to be bullied by anybody. I don't want to operate like that. My birth certificate don't say plantation. I'm not going to be bullied.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. I'm not chiming on this. Yeah, it is. I do have something I'd like to say, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate. So if you want to correct me, I'll stand correct. Here's what I want to say, and what I want to ask. It's 12 o'clock. We still have an executive session items we need to discuss, and we've had staff that have been here all day. Are there some of these things on this agenda? Can we triage this agenda to limit it to things that are just pertinent, that has to happen today for Monday's meeting, and then we push this off? Because I'm tired, I know staff is tired, and part of our frustration is probably because we're all tired. Can we just go through this agenda? We have maybe 12 items left, and it's 12 o'clock, and people have been working all day. That's what I wanted to ask.
Yeah, I get that, Councilmember Butler, and I think, we have robust discussions on a lot of different items, and then we get here, and then council members say the hour is late, but we know the hour is getting late when we were spending a lot of time on other topics where everybody was having comments on them. And so I don't think we're going to make a decision tonight on the credit card policy, but in order for this and the travel policy to move forward, the legal city attorney needs some direction from staff. From council. And it is, I think, better for direct reports to not be in political positions if they don't have to, if we can have a discussion as a group, and then people say stuff, and if there's no objection or there's everybody hears what the concerns are, versus later we go back and forth in these emails that get inappropriate a lot of times. And so we are on the credit card policy. I didn't see any in before you, so if you don't have any comments on that, the is the travel policy. I mean, these are items that people talk about a lot in the community and outside of this council room, right? And so if we can, the city attorney has taken the time to submit a draft to us, and instead of trying to go back and forth, I mean, people need to say what they need to say publicly so we can get this moving forward, and not continue to have the chatter without the action. So I don't disagree with you about the remaining items, and we can go through those. I mean, at this point, we have 25, that's a street mural. I think they want that for Monday. We have the property tax millage rate. Staff needs guidance on that. Several of these other items, 43 was about trucks. Like several of the ones were items that you want to discuss because of the piggybacking. So we have, after this one, 1, 2, 3,
We have 12.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes, and so several of them, as I said, about piggybacking. So if you want to not discuss the ones that you want to discuss tonight around vehicles and piggybacking and put those on the agenda instead of consent, that can be done. That'll probably take care of 6 of them, 5 or 6 of them.
I'll do that.
Okay, so when we finish this, we will do that. And I don't know which staff that's going to impact, but maybe some of them will be able to go home. Any other questions on the credit card policy?
Does anybody else want to chime in and take some of this stuff off, or agree that we should try to truncate?
Councilmember Butler, I just said after we deal with this credit card and travel policy that I'm going to do that. That gives people time to look at whatever it is, and we'll get to that. Any other comments on the credit card policy?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Cummings?
Yes, so are we filling in the blanks on the red stuff that's on here? I know we went to the first one where number 6. So we said we were cool with taking off the interim.
The attorney, I think, took off the interim and added any staff member designated by the city manager.
Okay, so do we set minimum and max dollar amounts? I'm just, because
For the credit, I think the bank sets those. Maybe we should get information from the city clerk, because I know the card came with a limit on it. So that's probably a financial institution question. Yeah.
I'm just trying to.
Okay. Council. Rogers, were you in? Ziegler?
Thank you. And I think, I don't know what the appropriate wording for this would be, but I think we need to think about subscription services and what would be appropriate and what would not be appropriate to have on a credit card. Yeah. Amazon Music. I mean, I don't know of any off the top of my head. I just know that that is one that has stirred up a lot of conversations.
I don't know, but I can turn it on. I think maybe it may have to be broad. There's no way to be able to name every subscription that's out there. And so if that's something you guys want to disallow for credit cards to be used for subscriptions, then it just needs to be that broad, that general, because it's too many. Reoccurring, yes. I can add language like that. Your travel policy will govern any in and out of state travel. It talks about reimbursement, but I do understand, having talked with the city clerk, that the current practices of the city is that the credit card is used, we just talked about that policy, to purchase travel a lot of times for either elected officials, appointed officials, or employees. Because of that, if Madam Mayor, you could scroll up. Keep going. I think I put it in red as well. Well, I'm sorry, please go back down. And is this the one that was sent out this morning? Yeah, it's the one that the city clerk would have sent out. I can pull it up. I just sent you the credit card, but I'll send you this one. So the area that I'm talking about is going to be, and it's fine if, Madam Mayor, you'll pull up the one that you just had. I can just read off the change. It is under section reimbursement procedures. The change includes, when a city credit card is used for travel, reimbursement shall be limited to payment of the credit card bills and not to any individual. Payment of the credit card bills shall be governed by the reimbursement procedures herein, including but not limited to the required submission of credit card receipts that provide complete details of the purchase. So what that does is still allow for credit cards to be used for purchases. It's just that the reimbursement now is to the credit card company or the bank, not to the individual. I think this addresses a little bit of what Councilwoman Ziegler was talking about earlier, that what if you don't use your credit card to travel? You use your own funds, then you will be reimbursed. But if you use your credit card to travel, you won't be reimbursed. The payment goes then to pay off the card, which makes sense. Right, but it allows for receipts to be submitted for your credit card to be paid if you use your card for
Or
travel.
however you pay it.
However you pay it, exactly.
Okay.
And I'm so sorry that a few council members did not get this. I'm not sure why, but
Yeah, I didn't come through my email. Councilmember Ziegler.
I will resend it out.
Yeah, so for, hold on, for the reimbursement, so like if you don't use the city's credit card, how would a resident or someone know, like by pulling open records, that you use city funds for something?
Because you got reimbursed.
Because you got reimbursed. But then would that resident have to explicitly say, and they're open, because I'm just thinking as a person trying to, get records through open records, I would say, I want all the credit card statements from Carrie Ziegler. And in my thinking, I would get all the things that I would be using city money for. But if there's this other way to kind of like not use your card but still get reimbursed, like
So you say credit cards and reimbursement.
so if I'm a resident, I'm trying to pull open records, and I want to find out everything that I have used.
Credit cards and credit card purchase and reimbursements. Because if you don't use your credit card, you got reimbursed. If
Right.
you use your credit card, you're not going to get reimbursed. They're going to pay a credit card bill.
So, okay. So if you don't use the city credit card and you get reimbursed from the city, would a resident have to explicitly say, I want the reimbursement receipts of Councilmember Ziegler?
Yes.
Okay.
Or
So
receipts, right? Because you got to present receipts either way it goes.
Receipts for purchases.
I mean, I feel like I'm just trying to prevent any kind of anybody now or in the future trying to circumvent the process and trying to not be forthcoming.
Let's be clear. Getting reimbursed is not the preferred way. That means you have to outlay your money up front and get reimbursed on the back end. Some of these trips and with registration, travel, and hotel accommodations could be over $1,500, $2,000. Who's putting that up front to get reimbursed on the back end? And so to suggest that reimbursement would be a way to circumvent the process, like I don't know that people would use it more often, but even if they do, based upon what we have here, you can't circumvent the process, because if you are getting reimbursed by the city, it means that the city funds are still being used to pay for whatever it is that you did. That's purchasing receipts, that's credit card statements, that's reimbursements. Like, I don't look at this as a way to circumvent. And I think, if we assume goodwill of everybody up here, like, using reimbursement to circumvent means you putting out a whole lot of money up front to circumvent a process on the back end. I don't think that people will use it in that way, but if we know that our travel policy, and I'm sure a lot of people gonna ask for this through open records, we can post it online, please. Like, can we just limit the chatter? Like, once it's approved, like, make it available, give the city clerk office a break. But any purchases by a council member, be it credit card, be it through reimbursements, like, I think if that comes in as an open records request, that information would have to be provided. But people who know about this will possibly be inclusive, but I don't think that it's gonna be exclusive that we would exclude a receipt that proves a purchase that we reimburse somebody for, or that we use to pay a credit card statement on. I think the challenge is that we have staff that are paying credit card bills for things that are questionably not city business. And at what point, if we have a policy, we adopt it, like, they should be bringing questionable items to us. I mean, we can't go in this conundrum and create systems and create things, and at the end of the day, we're not authorizing payments on these. Staff is. And if staff is questioning whether or not a receipt is sufficient or there's an issue, we need to be creating an avenue for staff to come to council so that those purchases are not paid. Because once they are paid and the funds go outside of the city, we are at it's to try to get money back that probably shouldn't have been spent. Like that's a whole different situation. So like, if that is what the concern is, we need to ensure that there is something in the process that requires staff to come to us before purchasing something if they question whether or not it's city business. Because I don't sit and make payments on these cards. Staff does that. The finance department, the city clerk's office collects the receipts. They provide them to them. Somebody in finance is the one supposed to be looking at the receipts and the documentation. Like, I mean, I think we have systems issues as well, but I don't think that the reimbursement process is a way to circumvent purchases. You might not have a credit card statement, but you're also getting money back personally. I mean, that just creates a whole lot. I mean, I don't know who would want to operate in that way, but if that's what they choose, if you ask for receipts and purchases made by council members and payments thereof, you get credit card statements, you get the receipts, you get any reimbursements, any checks cut to them by the city to reimburse them for expenses. So, I mean, I think maybe it's a public education piece so people know the different ways of purchasing, but at the end of the day, that's not going to stop payments from being made.
So
if we don't put something in here that provides that. Councilmember Ziegler.
So in the spirit of, like, why are we doing this? Like, why are we re-looking at the credit card policy and the travel policy? We're trying to restore public trust. And I think that if you have a city credit card, you need to put whatever it is on that city credit card. And that you should only be using your own personal funds and then getting reimbursement later, only in dire circumstances. That putting it on the city credit card needs to be the first option.
And I don't even want to know who. I don't like to get into the details and weeds, but earlier you said somebody couldn't get a city credit card. I don't know why or how. I don't really want to know the information. But if somebody can't get a city credit card, then they're going to be able to use a city credit card.
But then that would be the dire circumstances or whatever it is, because from that conversation that we had about the council person who couldn't get a credit card, it was that was a separate thing, right? That was going to be like that wasn't about the city credit card policy. That would have to be a whole nother thing written up about, no?
It would go under the reimbursement procedures.
Okay, well, again, I think that in the reimbursement procedures, if you have a city credit card, then what needs to happen is that if you're going to go and travel or you're going to put anything, if you're going to spend money on any kind of city business, then it needs to go on that city credit card, and that you can only purchase something with your own funds to get reimbursed later in dire circumstances.
Yeah, then you got to define dire circumstances. There always is going to be an exception. So it's a choice. You either use the city credit card or you get reimbursed. It's not how the purchase is made. It's what the purchase is for. Whether or not somebody chooses to front all this money and get reimbursed on the back end, it's what the purchase is for.
I mean, let me just give you this example. When people were trying to pull open records on that council member who couldn't get a credit card, the thing that came back was they don't have a credit card. They haven't spent any money for city business. And no one thought to ask for the receipts for reimbursement. Come to find out, this council member spent a lot of money through Cash App. Okay. So there is a problem with allowing people to,
that's not a policy problem. That's a staff problem. Like, if staff does not realize when somebody's asking for a credit card statement, they say they don't have a credit card, they haven't made purchases. That means you had to check to see if they actually made some and whether or not there's reimbursement. That's a staff issue. Like, a lot of, I hear where you're going and like ensuring that there is a public access to how public funds are used, and I agree with that. But I don't think it's the policy. I think it's the people. I think it is the process. If somebody says they don't have a credit card and they haven't made any purchases, those two don't go together. Because if a purchase was made and reimbursed, that's a purchase, whether it was a credit card statement or not, right? So I think that's a staffing issue. That's a training issue. That's an internal issue to get through. I don't think you get through it through a policy. The policy says either you use your credit card or you get reimbursed. And if you want a reimbursement, these are the things that you have to do to be reimbursed. But it has to be for city business. And I think that is key. And then how staff responds is key. Like, in open records, you should err on the side of disclosure unless it's clearly prohibited. Like, why would we have people on a rat race about they don't have a credit card and they aren't making any purchases? If that's true, then so be it. But I would think in an open records request that comes in like that, you got to at least communicate with finance to determine whether or not this council member, this staff person has received any reimbursement that they've made purchases. They either made purchases with their own money or the city credit card. And if the city has reimbursed them for that, how do we not get to that in an open records request?
Madam Mayor, I don't have an answer to that. I agree that the Sunshine Laws errs on the side of disclosure more so than keeping information away. But I think I understand the dilemma. We've got a travel policy that governs how you pay for, get reimbursed for, get your credit card statement paid for travel. That's one policy. You got a credit card policy for everybody who uses a credit card or P card, how that's paid. The third category, though, is not travel and you're not using a credit card. How then are you reimbursed? I don't know where that's written. I haven't seen that. I do believe there is some policy. It needs to be city business, but I think that's the third bucket of issues that it sounds like I'm hearing from up here. It's not travel. It's not being paid for a credit card. What's the policy on if you buy, I don't know, this baby milk for, from the fire department, and that firefighter submits a receipt. He paid it out of his pocket, he or she did. What's the policy on getting reimbursed for something that's not travel and was not paid
So maybe
for?
we change the credit card policy to purchasing. I don't think it's a separate policy. You change the credit card policy to purchasing, because you can either purchase with a credit card, you can purchase with their own money. You can't get a credit card, you want to do reimbursement. So maybe it's in what we call a credit card policy, but it's actually a purchasing policy that deals with credit cards and reimbursements. I think when I saw reimbursement, I wasn't even thinking about is travel versus credit card. We talking about it all the same, but we don't need a separate reimbursement policy. It's purchasing. Councilmember Ziegler.
Yeah, and for travel policy, I saw that it would be best to book travel 7 days in advance, but I think it would be better if we made it 21 days. I know that's kind of a small detail, but it's just
sometimes you don't find out about things with
so.
that much notice.
So if you read the whole thing, it's that it's best practice to book out as far as possible, ideally 21 days. And I mean, again, this is nothing new. This is not like, this is obviously written in the policy now. I'm just asking for it to be longer.
Is this the current policy? Is this something you compiled together? It's something new. So this is new.
It's new for us.
No, it's new because she created it. It's not new. This is not what exists now. The city attorney looked at what we have and other policies and compiled this. So this is new. And so, So book as early as possible, ideally 21 days, but there are things that happen where you can't book that far in advance.
Absolutely.
Okay, so what paragraph are we looking at?
I think that's a bit much.
It's
says
just, it's the
ideally.
best practice.
Nothing. I'm trying to find it. Let me see. It must be spelled
No.
out.
No, it says 7 right now.
Oh, it says 7. Let me search for 7.
Except in cases of emergencies. Yeah. Correct.
You cannot make travel sometime without 21 days.
Yeah, I
Like,
don't agree with that one.
okay, we don't have to decide on it tonight. Anything else, Councilmember Ziegler?
Yeah, if we can add in some language about using Uber and rideshare and also Airbnb,
What about it?
that you can use it if it's the lowest cost option.
Lowest cost option compared to what?
A regular hotel or
A taxi,
whatever.
a transportation service like from Jacksonville Airport to Amelia Island versus Uber or a taxi or something like that. I mean, how can we prove that it wasn't the lowest cost at the time? Are we gonna have them submit? So every time you need an Uber, we're gonna have to submit a quote from Uber, from Lyft, from a taxi, and from a private transportation to determine that it was the lowest one. I'm just asking, how do we enforce it? Because you can't go back to that day and try to do pricing. What would be what would be submitted to support to establish that that was the lowest cost? Uber and Lyft peak, they have different peak hours. Taxis have different price hours. I mean, you can also talk about whether or not renting a car is cheaper than actually doing Uber or Lyft at some point. I had to consider that when I went to the MEAC conference. I personally looked at Uber, Lyft, and a rental car and decided how I was going to get from the airport. So, like, how do we enforce what was lowest on the date at the time that a person traveled?
I mean,
I personally try to choose what's lowest, or what can get me there without waiting for an hour. But like, how do we prove, what is submitted to substantiate that? That means every person, every time you do a transportation service, you're gonna have to provide Uber, Lyft, taxi, private transportation, all of the quotes, and to determine which one was lower. And 9 times out of 10, rideshare is cheaper than a taxi, and it's definitely cheaper than private transportation.
I mean, I think that the goal of this is that you would pick the lowest cost option, but it's 12:30 and I have another interesting topic. So the next interesting topic is that when it comes,
I get you have another interesting topic. I'm trying to figure out what you want her to do with that. If you wanted to include it, so be it. The question is, how do we enforce it?
I don't know. I saw it in another policy and I thought it was a good idea to include something that would say, and the policy I was looking at also air travel, renting a car, you driving yourself, Uber, Lyft, like all the things. It's not a city, it's a corporate policy.
They have people who book stuff for them. corporate policy?
Not all the time, but, no.
Okay, next one,
Okay.
Councilmember Ziegler.
So if traveling internationally, it should be placed on the agenda and voted on council before booking any flights.
Where is the international travel in here? Okay, we need an international travel section. Yeah, international doesn't come up. Anything else, Councilmember Ziegler? What? Mr. Brown, did you have something?
You know, yes, Madam Mayor. Obviously, I've been reading through this and I'm not up to speed on it, but I would say my response to this would be, you know, as far as out-of-state travel, I do not believe that department head should grant employees out-of-state travel without the city manager approving it. There are rules in other jurisdictions that limit the number of people going to conferences as well as out-of-state travel. And so this policy says department heads can grant out-of-state travel for their employees. And I'm opposed to that. Yes. And in terms of out of country travel, I don't personally go out of the country. However, there are instances where these national conferences are held, like in Canada. And so, you know, I would say for staff, I'm not talking to council members, for staff, any out of the country travel has to be approved by the city manager. And any out of state travel has got to be approved by the city manager. It's just because I want to know I don't believe we should send multiple employees to the same conference. I think that we should try to save money that way. And, you know, I have my own views on some of this, but that's kind of where I'm at. Obviously, if I was going to go out of the country to like a trip, for example, an economic development trip to China, you know, it should be approved by, you know, this board. Most likely be like the mayor, elected officials, myself, and maybe the economic development director. And if it's publicly approved, then we go. But there will be instances where you will go out of the country. And so it's very common, or maybe not right now.
So, you want out-of-state travel approved by the city manager.
Yeah.
International travel should be approved by the city manager with recommendation to council, so that all international travel is approved by council.
No, because I know that we have conferences. I know that there are associations that I belong to, that HR belongs to. They travel outside the country, like we had an ICMA conference.
If council is approving our international travel, we're approving staff international travel.
I understand. I'm just trying to throw out what I think for staff.
No, I hear you. So you would have to approve out-of-state travel. That shouldn't come to council. If we're considering the international policy travel suggestion, there's no way staff is traveling internationally without council approval, and council is approving our international travel.
Well,
but it can be with your recommendation.
We can make it easier than that. We could spell out the conferences so you'll know what the conference is up front.
If council is approving international travel, they're approving international travel for everybody. There's no exception for staff. If not, how is it we're gonna allow staff to travel out of state? I mean, internationally without council approval and then approve council? Yeah, that's nonsensical.
No.
So out of state travel approved by the city manager, international travel approved by the city manager with recommendation to the council for approval, or approved by council if recommended by the city manager or something. But Ms. Ziegler, I'm sorry, were you finished? I thought Council, Brown had something on yours, and I'm fine with what you shared, Mr. Brown. But Councilmember Ziegler, did you have anything?
And in the non-allowable expenses, I would add airline lounge passes and club memberships and airport security programs.
I'm sorry, where's that at?
That's fine, but you're not going to use city money for it.
Say it again. I mean, we're not gonna approve these tonight, but I think we need to get them on in writing so that the city attorney can send us what was discussed and we can all digest it. Say it again, Councilmember Ziegler.
I feel like it would align more in travel, but maybe it would be in I'm not sure which. Yeah, both, maybe.
Can you repeat it?
Yes, airline lounge passes and club memberships and airport security programs.
Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, I just wanted some clarification on non-allowable expenses. The first one says air travel A. It says air travel and personal trip insurance.
Where's that?
Are you in credit card policy?
Travel, he's in travel.
I'm in travel.
Under non-allowable expenses.
What page?
So it's at the bottom of page 7. So I'm not really understanding that. So
You know, sometimes there's the option, I think that's what that's getting at, like at the end of when you purchase a
Mhm.
flight, you can accept or decline some
Oh.
insurance.
Oh, it's applying to trip insurance. I see what he's saying. It looks like it's like air travel or other person. So it should probably say air travel insurance and other personal trip.
I mean, because usually I think it would probably say something happened and you missed the flight or you can't make it and you don't want to be a total loss. I don't know. I personally like getting insurance on the ticket.
So you would suggest not to add that?
Mm-hmm.
So let me just tell you the dilemma is that
Okay.
because we have 6, yes. Either I can do 6 different policies because everybody wants something different, or
Right.
just put your suggestion next to it that Councilmember Mitchell
Yeah,
doesn't want this, so it can, I don't want to not,
I got you.
you know what I mean? I want it to reflect everybody's thoughts, so when you do vote on it, y'all vote on it, it can reflect what the majority wants. So I'll just put a note next to that one
Okay.
that Councilmember Mitchell does not want this included.
So I think in the long run, it might save the city money. So you just don't want to be a total loss on the ticket. You have the option to, catch another flight or whatnot. So.
I agree with that.
This is if you're buying like a discount ticket, right? To kayak or.
Or I don't know. I think I usually get the insurance on the ticket because I'm bad at missing flights.
Okay, I have a
Yeah.
note here.
Anything else, Councilman?
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Councilman Martin Rogers?
Yes, can you go back up to the 7? You inserted a 7.
Yes.
Yeah, for that, I don't know if I'm going to agree with that because in the old policy, it says including special, in the old policy, it says taking advantage of fares such as 7-day, 2-week, and 30 days. So 7 days is too short.
Too short. So Councilwoman Ziegler recommended 21 days.
Yeah, I think that we should have the option to book whenever it's feasible for everyone. I mean, you may not even,
Existing
I'm
policy
looking
that
at the
gave different
existing,
numbers.
yeah,
So
I
you-
can't share it. I had it printed out. I apologize.
I'll look at it after the
I
meeting.
prefer paper.
So
I'll
you
check it
can
out after the
add
meeting,
that
make
to
a
that
change.
section from Councilmember
Yeah,
Martin Rogers.
some people are planners and some people are not, but to limit it 7 days, no,
No, it's not limited to 21 days.
no. In the original policy, it says 7-day, 2-week, 30-day.
Right, so the markup we're gonna see will say 21 days, and then it'll say the options in the current policy.
That's correct.
And then we'll have to decide. Anything else? Councilmember Butler?
Yes, ma'am. Do we all
Can you
go to-
talk in the mic?
Do we all go to the National League of Cities?
Yep.
And so I'm gonna ask Councilwoman Shropshire, don't they have a meeting coming up? The National League of Cities? And where is that? And it's another one in Puerto Rico, right? So what we're saying is that we got to come and get permission to go to Puerto Rico?
No, because that's a U.S. territory. That's not
That
international.
still could be international. It just depends on who's saying what.
No, it's not. You don't need a passport for that.
Let me ask the city manager a question. City manager, what's the busiest airport in terms of cargo in the United States?
I think it's in Miami.
Is that, and is it because you want to go into that story?
No, but I would say if we're going to spell out Puerto Rico, which I agree, it's definitely United States. But what about Canada? It's our, Canada is our border. Would you all consider that? Okay. All right.
And recommendations down. We have to we need to move this forward. Like
Sure.
we have a draft, we're providing input. All of that's gonna be compiled and sent to us, and then we probably need to talk about this again at the next work session and move it up. Make it one of the higher previous agenda items so we get to it sooner. But for tonight, does anyone else feedback on the initial draft? Councilmember Butler,
Madam
you can
Mayor.
stop sharing my screen. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I want to ask the council again that we be considered a staff.
Councilmember Butler, I told you after that item, what was I gonna do?
I don't know what you said, but you don't tell me nothing.
I told you that.
I'm just
I
sorry.
told
Point
you.
of order is how you say things. You're impugning me. And what I'm
Councilmember
saying,
Butler, I'm not impugning you. And you
Madam
said
Mayor,
a
may I
point of
please
order.
finish my statement?
Which rule, Councilmember Butler?
Madam
You
Mayor,
said point
I'm
of order.
going to finish my statement so we can keep on.
No,
I'm
you said
asking
point
the
of order.
I'm asking for the council to consider our staff. They're sleeping. It's past midnight, and it's egregious to continue to have people do this who's been here working all day. So I'm asking the council to come up with a remedy because this is too much. And it's too much.
But as I said previously, when you raised this, I said after we discuss this item, I'm gonna go through the other items that we have. I think you have about 5 or 6 on piggybacking, and you said those can go on the agenda. I said I was gonna go to every council, go through the agenda items and see which ones, because people they're circled for a reason. So for your items, let's start with you. I think yours was 43. You want to discuss 43. Do you want that to go to the agenda?
Put all of mine on the agenda.
I can't remember exactly which one is yours.
I can't
I'm
remember either.
speculating,
It's
so I'm going to
12:45.
43, agenda. The next item is that was 48, financial advisor. You want that on the agenda?
Put it on the agenda.
49, you want that on the agenda?
Put it on the agenda.
50, you want that on the
Put it
agenda?
on the agenda.
52, you want that on the agenda?
On the agenda.
Okay. I don't think you had any of the other ones. 25. I know you want to be the champion of staff, but I said that previously. 25.
Is that not impugning me now?
25
Come
is
on, man.
the mural.
You
Who had a
can't keep
discussion
doing
about
this.
who had a question about the mural? Who asked for this one to be discussed tonight? We'll put 25 on the agenda. 46, I definitely have questions about BSNA and all of the challenges I've heard that it creates, but we can discuss that on Monday.
Madam Mayor, which item was that one?
46 BSNA. I've heard a number of complaints over the years about all of the problems we have with them, and we're still with them, but we can discuss that Monday. Public Arts Commission, we have enough people yet, so we need still help with marketing. September work session, Madam Deputy City Clerk for number 16. Property tax millage rate, 13, 12.75, or 12 was the discussion we were supposed to have tonight. If we don't have it tonight, we need to have it on Monday at the agenda, because I think have you already noticed it? No, but we said you can notice it at 13. Yeah, you can go ahead and notice it for 13, and we'll because the city attorney said we can't go up, but we can go down. So if you advertise it for the max, we can go down. Okay? The 19th. Yeah.
Madam Mayor, I apologize, but what's happening on the 19th with regard to the millage?
Discussion. We haven't decided whether or not we're doing 13.
But not a vote, just a
No,
discussion.
no,
Okay.
discussion. Yeah. 40. Did I say 40 already? That was one of yours, Councilmember Butler. Agenda. That's consent. And then departmental vacancies discussion. If we don't have it tonight, we definitely need to have it on Monday.
Yeah, because I need the information from Ms., I'm sorry, from Ms. Jackson.
Okay,
But
so
I
we'll.
just think that it is important that we make sure we have. I apologize. I want to make sure that we have accurate information, because as it's been stated tonight, so much is out there on the internet that is incorrect. As far as our vacancies, we need to look at how long they've been advertised, the pay for the vacancies. So just while people are, on Facebook busy with their little fingers, make sure it's important for me that they have accurate information about the true vacancies in the city.
So agenda for Monday and 54.
I'll wait until we can just discuss
September.
that. No, we can discuss it a little bit
This
on Monday.
do you,
Or actually, I could just send the attorney an email about that.
September work session.
Yeah.
Okay. Did I get all of them, Madam Deputy City Clerk? 46 and 47. 46 is agenda. 47 is consent. We did that with the ARPA fund. Madam City Clerk. I saw the attorney Johnson earlier. Do we have any executive session? Anything from you, Mr. Brown? 2 legal, 1 real estate, 1 personnel. Motion to. No, 2 legal, 1 real estate, and 1 personnel. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. We're in recess. Motion to reconvene. It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. In the matter of Jessica Hill, Jessica Wilson, in the claim of Jessica Wilson, we need a motion to proceed as discussed in executive session.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. In the claim of the Halls, we need a motion to proceed as discussed in executive session.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Do we need, is this being negotiated? Do we need to state the amount on the record? I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to approve the executive session meeting minutes. It's been moved and properly seconded. In discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. And since we are doing agenda items, and we get a motion to adjourn. I mean, executive session items. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries.